All right, welcome back to Disco Elysium. This is part 8 of our starting to become long-running series, where I attempt to finish the game Disco Elysium while enjoying all the fantastic writing and bizarre circumstances that they've put us in. I thought before I played this game that it was going to be even more abstract and out there as far as the writing goes. It's really actually pretty grounded in this reality. It's a very well fleshed out world of its own making. And although there are flights of fancy into dream worlds and, Harry's mind, things like that, we don't really go to, completely wild, poetic nonsense very often. All right, no worries. Thanks, Papa Pop. I'll see you around. Oh, yeah, the necktie, I guess, is sort of their outlet for that. But, the necktie only interjects, once every 4 hours. So, yeah, I was expecting the game to be sort of the same style literarily as it is artistically. I thought it would be painterly and sort of abstract and not stay in the lines at all. But no, the lines are pretty firmly committed from a writing perspective, and that's cool. Alright, so I'm just giving you a little recap here to see what we've got going on. We're waiting to hear back about the armor from the victim. We've run the license number for it with our police radio. We've got to meet up with the smoker at 2100 today. We've got to prove our authority to Titus. I don't really know how I'm going to do that. We've got to find out about the victim's tattoos and their possible meaning. I don't know who I'm going to talk to about that either. And Morel, the cryptozoologist who is over the bay. We have reestablished a connection to the rest of Revachol. We can get over there. Have not gone yet. Oh yeah, then there's all of these from Monday. How will I sing karaoke? How will I track down my gun? How will I explore the whirling secret passages? We need to find out who made the call reporting the crime. We have to find out about Joyce's info on the lynching. Who put the clothes in the trash? Who put the keys upon the table? How do I track down my badge? What about the traffic hooligan? The jam mystery. Find out who is the lady driver and where is her lorry. And the pissing competition between Precinct 41 yours and Precinct 57 Kim's. Ask Kim about this after the initial inspection of the dead body is done. Oh. That's now. I could do that now. All right, Kim. I have a conversation for you.
Yes?
Tell me about the case again.
To know?
Now that we've inspected the case, I want to know more about this pissing competition. So I'm going to turn the audio back up for you.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity, though?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
I'm surprised that this is the thing that we're upset about. Wouldn't you have a clear delineation of whose jurisdiction is where? But apparently it's a bit gray these days. So it's a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police
That
Martinez
is very
than
street
who
gang,
has
though,
to.
as you said.
It's an orphan district, in other words.
Orphan district, okay. I had orphan materials in Blender when I would make too many models and put weird shaders on them and then change the shaders.
I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Oh, okay. It's actually a reverse of what I thought. It's like the it's antithetical to street gang behavior. Neither wants it. That explains the orphan comment. Yeah, there's not a lot of haha in the brew. What's special about Martinez? This is like early world building.
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports.
That's true.
Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
They don't know how to get here. Oh, come on. I'll give them more credit than that. I wonder what that says about me, that I was sent by my station. He raises an eyebrow, thinking it best to let you make your next move. I was sent to teach you a lesson in style. There can only be one conclusion. I am the finest we have, a hero cop sent to outperform you in every way. No, we're not having a pissing competition with Kim. I must be an augury? An apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess my message? Yeah, okay. The message is don't drink. Don't be scared, but I think I might have supernatural abilities. What's the difference between supernatural and supranatural? Is that a hierarchy thing? Is one higher than the other? I probably have an unbelievable kill count. We know that. Apocalyptic message, sure.
No.
Oh. There will be a bloodletting of unimaginable proportions. Unimaginable. Better not to relay it. You know what? Actually, no, I'm not an augury. I don't know why I
Was
said
there
that.
anything else you wanted to ask about the competition?
All right, enough
If
of the
not, we
competition,
should
then
move.
tell me something else.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
It's, not that big of a conclusion, apparently.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Is he? So yeah, for a 72% on why did the 41st send me?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct has sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up, like as a joke?
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Do you, though? Or are you just sparing my feelings? Because I feel like the truth is actually that is why they sent me here. Why is that?
I checked the records.
Oh.
This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Kim would not spare your feelings. Yeah, I guess, but also sometimes he does. Kim is, like, very delicate about things, and sometimes goes hard, and other times pulls back. He also seems to have a lot more respect for my character than my character does for himself. Because Kim's actually a decent human being, and seems to care about other people pretty genuinely. So... you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
I am the son of nothing. Of nothing. Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there.
It's an interesting perspective to say that he's old. Because, yeah, I guess... it's self-selecting, right? If you're that age and you're still doing that job, you've made it through some shit, and you're still here.
So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Uh-huh. See, that's the kind of stuff I would expect him to say. He's actually expressing confidence in me, which... I don't think anyone else has expressed confidence in me but him.
He's right. There are no airtight theories, just paranoia. You've given it some thought. Now let it go.
Okay. I guess we've covered that then. One more mystery put away for later. Wow, alright. I didn't realize I had solved this many questions. But I guess they kind of break them into smaller chunks a lot of the time. Oh, God. I gotta talk to Kuno today. Oh, I hate talking to Kuno. I gotta ask him about the armor. Oh, that involves passing a really high skill check, though, doesn't it? I'm gonna have a quick look, but I think it's probably a fool's errand. As talking to Kuno tends to be. Oh, we got a purple.
Was that? Could it be? The Koldamama Dakwa? No.
The what
it's
now?
Probably just your imagination.
Koldamama
ringing in your
Dakwa.
ear.
Listen more closely. Is it? Is there a ringing?
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic.
Are we getting Havanaed?
Very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear.
Could just be like a power line transformer thing or something.
Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird.
A supersonic bird.
Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
Kim, do you hear a high-pitched noise?
No, I don't hear the Koldamama Dakwa, and neither do you.
Yeah, he's probably just having head stuff. I mean, you could get ringing in your ears for some weird reasons. Right? Can't even the pressure in your sinuses cause it sometimes? If you have like a flu or you're just, you know, stuffed up.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf.
Listen closely.
There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species.
I don't think it's the Koldamama Dakwa.
It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you.
Yeah, see, I have a lot of random symptoms from things, right? So I've got a lot of anxiety issues and depression and stuff. I also tend to feel under the weather pretty regularly as a sort of stress response. And part of dealing with that is realizing that a lot of the things I'm feeling are sort of exaggerated in my own head. I might be feeling something legitimate, but it's like exponentially more because I'm obsessively thinking about it. And what really sucks is there's a lot of legitimate problems that people have that if they don't have anxiety or depression, maybe that's a warning sign they should go to the doctor. But if you're dealing with this stuff every day, it gets very hard to keep track of what are like actual symptoms versus day-to-day ups and downs. And I've had tinnitus symptoms, but then they go away. I've had, you know, random coughs and stuffy sinuses, and occasionally I'll even get a fever that'll come and go. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm actually sick, though. And I don't know where that line is. Like, at what point do I go, oh, this is the... Obviously, there are certain things it's very obvious. But when it comes to sort of more mundane symptoms, where a very healthy person would go, oh, I should definitely get that checked out, I'm very likely to go, you know, I probably am just making this up in my head. And obviously, I'm not going to be spending hundreds of dollars going to the doctor all the time to chase after, you know, paranoid fantasies. That's not great. So this is a problem that there's no real good solution for, but to just be careful and judicious and try not to overthink things. So if you're also suffering from something like that, I feel you and I understand that frustration. It is difficult. It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you.
Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
Alright, let's hold very still and hope the bird comes to perch on my shoulder.
Oh no. The sound. It's moving away.
What a weird
Somewhere
little
over there.
moment this is.
Go after it.
It's moving over there.
No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
No, the Col de Momadakwa. Come back, please. Listen more.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Could it just be like a cicada or something? Maybe a very mundane answer to this question. You heard it, the mysterious Col de Momadakwa. You're certain you did. Well, maybe not quite certain, but let's just say you're hopeful. Because it would make you very special to be the only human who can hear this invisible, incorporeal bird. This animate whisper, this particle of sound. You're going to have to keep listening to sharpen your ear. Right. You know, this really, it brings to light an interesting point about cryptozoology and, in general, sort of the hunting for things that are highly rare. That it gives people a feeling of personal prestige, and that they're part of something, being in a community even, of people who believe that this thing is there for them to find. And you can kind of go chasing after wind, and just think that you're on this, like, noble mission. It's just sort of manifesting purpose for yourself out of basically whole cloth. And so it kind of explains why a lot of times people are so incredibly stuck in their belief system that, like, UFOs are aliens. Or whatever specific thing that they've decided, you know, they want to chase Bigfoot or whatever. In the face of all sorts of evidence that this is just not really anything and it's a fool's errand. They still want to attach their personality to it and to align with other people who think this is a thing. Very particularly now, there's this story about flat earthers, right? There's an expedition to go to Antarctica that a priest, is it? Some sort of Christian person has put up money for. They want to settle the debate between the globe Earth and the flat Earth people. And so he's trying to get together a group of both skeptics and flat earthers to take them to see that the sun won't set, which is it's essentially based on the model of globe Earth versus flat Earth. Although flat Earth doesn't exactly have a model, as I understand. It would fly in the face of what they've said in the past and basically disprove their claims. And funny thing is, the skeptics, the people who want to go down for the science of this whole thing, are highly eager to get a free trip to do this. But the flat earthers, nothing but excuses. Oh, well, I can't go because they're a shill. And if I go, then, you know, actually it doesn't really prove anything anyway. And, oh, it's going to be so expensive. It's going to cost $100,000. And the person funding this trip on every single one of these has been like, it's not going to be a problem. I'm going to solve it. You need $100,000. We'll figure it out. Oh, you need a travel buddy? We'll figure it out. Yes, I've watched the Professor Dave video, by the way. It's really wild that they, I think, all know this is a scam. That their claim is a scam, I mean, not the trip. The trip is legitimate. And so going there will disprove their whole world, ironically. And they really, really need to keep being able to scam people on YouTube and that to make their money. So they're just gonna make up stuff until it goes away. And if a couple flat earthers do go, and it's looking like a couple are going to go, and this is taking place in December, the rest of the community is just going to disavow them and say, oh, they're just lying. Or it's set up somehow. It's all another conspiracy within another conspiracy within another conspiracy. Alright, 2 rapid back-to-back tangents. Sorry about that. I wish I could talk to the lady on the terrace up there. Alright, here we go.
Necromancer pig. That
Necromancer.
shit was dark. Going in there like that. Oh, brutal shit. Tell me.
Kuno must be so proud that I stuck my finger up through his freaking soft palate hole.
Kuno dies. You gonna pick one out of his brain like that too? Kuno's gonna go out in a hail of bullets. Gonna look like a fucking porcupine.
I get your meaning in a very artistically malleable way, but like, porcupine? Do porcupines look like you just shot them a lot? Because they look like they have little spears coming at them to me.
Porta Rosa, a side alley of the Boogie Street Spearhead, a young man in his early 20s approaches patrol officer Emil Mullins.
What is
and
this?
asks for a cigarette. As Officer Mullins reaches in his coat pocket for the pack of Astra he just purchased this morning, the man shoots him point blank
Oh my
in
God.
his chest. Breathless, the patrol officer collapses in the gutter. His right hand is grabbing the armor on his chest. The bullet didn't pierce it, but he can't breathe. On the pavement, the patter of the perpetrator's feet growing distant.
This is a really morbid thing to say, but I often wonder, when people are trying to assassinate a police officer, who they probably have pretty good reason to believe would be wearing body armor, and in the case of, like, real life, you can't even really see it, but in this story, I think they can see the armor, and they still choose to shoot the armor instead of shoot them in the face, where they know it will definitely do the thing they want. Why do they still choose to shoot the armor instead of the thing that will kill them? If the goal is to kill them, I mean. No, but, like, in this case, it was point blank. Accuracy is not a question here. Does it simply come down to some level of, like, I'm not the kind of person who would shoot someone in the face? That's despicable. Like, there's a layer underneath. Yes, I'm killing somebody, but I don't want to be that kind of person who kills somebody that way. Like, as opposed to stabbing them in the back, which people see as cowardly. I know it's a very strange question to ask, but I have seen this come up a number of times where, like, the whole plot hinges on someone being shot in the chest instead of the face, when there's a good reason to believe they would be wearing armor anyway. Yeah, it's very weird, odd thing to say.
And says, but Emil cannot see who. His sight grows dim with pain.
I'll be there for you, Kuno. Or, you know what's a good line of work for getting shot? Or, don't be silly, you're a kid. Answer me some questions instead. I'll say, I'll be there for you, Kuno.
Yeah.
There's a dreamy look in his eyes. I don't really know how to work with this person's personality. Oh, we're at empathy 5 even. Oh, he loves that he saw me find the bullet. Okay, so we're working our way in. Kuno is like very chaotic, and I understand he's got a broken home life and probably a really abusive father. And his ears seem to be bright red. I don't know what's going on there. They seem to be infected or something. He's kind of off the map for me of how his psychology works, and I'm not really sure how to respond to him in a way that will play into his interests. I guess I'll give a roll to this even roughly 60% shot here. You know, this is pretty good odds.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Act on it and try to separate them. Okay. Is that a good idea?
Fuck you whispering about?
He whispers back.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
No, I'm numb to it. You don't even need to keep saying it. It's fine.
If
I mean, it's
Kuno
not
wants
fine,
to
but...
whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
Oh, the power dynamic is shifting. Okay, wait, is what's going on here that he's actually doing a performance for her? And he actually feels subordinate in a way. So he's in a way gaining power by separating away from her.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Is that what this is? I'm still confused a little bit. What's up with her? She's terrifying. Listen to me, she's trying to control you. We gotta get you out of here. I don't know what he would respond to here. I'll say I'm glad she's out of our hair. She's fucked up.
She's not fucked up.
Oh.
Everyone's fucked up. Stop judging shit.
Okay.
Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him. Just don't mess up again. Or you will. There are no guarantees.
Empathy. It's too high stakes. She's trying to control you. We gotta get you out of here.
It's okay. The pigs trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let them do that.
Sounds like I lost.
That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't get you all the way.
I didn't really see a massive difference between 1 and 2 in those choices.
Tried to fuck my Kuno! Tried to fuck my Kuno away! Me and Kuno are tight. We ride for life.
We ride for life. So I gotta roll again. But it's still a really high chance, so...
You were too pushy last time.
Okay.
Think this through. Try to really understand the psychological bond Kuno has with Kuno S.
I was trying, but they didn't give me really massively different options, so I didn't see the distinction.
Just look. While Kuno has no problem being near you, she always hides behind the fence, afraid for her life. Like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him.
Uh-huh.
All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
All right. Thanks very much, Wafer Thin Ninja, for the 63 months of Twitch Prime. Glad to have you back again. Hope you're well. Interesting
Kuno
how...
S is by far the worst of the
Maybe I
two.
should have listened to this first.
Kuno has no problem being near you. But
Oh.
the other, she came up with that psychopathic... All in all, Kuno
All right,
respects
so-
madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that.
That's a weird loop. Why was that
You must
not
win yourself
grayed
a
out
few
when I just heard
minutes
it?
Fuck you whispering about.
He's whispering too. He's going with it.
Well, I
Watch
picked the
what
wrong
happens.
2 answers, so hopefully the one that's left is fair.
She puts extra stress onto that word.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Okay, so in the first one, we're being directly manipulative, telling him she's trying to control you. In the third one, we're judging her. In the second one, we're sort of passively observing without pointing a finger, I guess is the difference. This is, I guess in retrospect, not that hard to see, but also a little bit subtle. Oh, sorry, yeah, my camera's blocking her. She's up behind the fence.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Oh. Is she the key to all of this?
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
There's not really like a perfect spot to put my camera. kind of frame her there.
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
He hunches down again.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not me sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
A stray.
Yeah, she was just there.
He points at the apartment building behind the fence. Is that the same one that the smoker lives in?
What was that, Kuno?
The little one twists her neck looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
He said she got in. How?
I don't know.
The hole in the wall.
Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents? Oh, great question.
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno S, two of a kind.
Huh. Why is she called Kuno S then?
'Cause she fucking looks like Kuno.
You don't know her name?
No one knows her name. Kuno calls her C.
You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
And what's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
So he acts tough, but, I mean, maybe he's a bit past the line over average, but I guess she's in another league.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
Interesting thing about a character like Kuno is, although he is mostly hyperbole, you can kind of tell that when he lets his guard down, he's being very much trusting, I guess. You know, if he's not doing his big show, which is most of it, you can kind of believe what he's saying then. Maybe. It depends on the topic. What's the language she uses?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered Katla, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible.
They got a tiger-covered island? Get tiger outbreaks is a real problem. Do they have red people there? Could she be Suruiz?
Suruiz? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suruiz community.
Okay.
Or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
You think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Are you saying you're constantly being there at the body, throwing stones at it, was your way of protecting it from her? Is that what you're saying there? Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Huh. The other interesting thing about the writing in this case is we've had so many weird run-ins with this character that anything that doesn't seem outlandish or obnoxious feels like a big win. This is like his redemption arc, just to talk to us in private for 1 second. What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
That's right. C's a killer.
Who did she kill?
Actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours. He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
You serious about this killing business? Or isn't she too small to overpower someone else?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him.
He pokes you in the gut.
She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
How many cops has she killed?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
So he's scared, and he is a snitch, despite all of his words to the contrary.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children.
I'm not sure logic that you're getting this, because as Kuno said, it's not always about, well, he didn't say this, but I'm inferring, it's not always about overpowering someone. If they don't expect you to be a threat, which obviously they wouldn't expect a little girl to be a threat, right? It's like the perfect cover. You could simply walk up to somebody and poke them in the belly with a knife. After you've been poked, it's a little too late for you to be worrying about being overpowered. You're suddenly doubled over in pain and bleeding out. I mean, I guess the adrenaline might carry you for a moment, but I don't know. It's a bit of a question then. And none of that involves having to overpower someone, as they keep saying. It's not really a question of, like, how do you wrestle someone else? It's nothing to do with that.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
You think it's possible she's killed other children?
Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
He usually looks you straight in the eye. A little something just crumbled there.
How are you dealing with all of this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either.
I hear what you're saying, but it reads like a cry for help.
Kuno's got this shit under control.
You need backup. I'm here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
Oh, wow. This is such a wild relationship. So they're like codependent. The both of them have major issues. Hers are more violent. His are more psychological. And then the two of them are as thick as thieves, I guess. I thought his telling me this stuff was him asking for a way out. But then when we double down on it, he actually also doubles down. So that seems inconsistent to me. Why would we have this little moment of confidence if he's like, I'll tell you in confidence I don't want your help?
This is what it all comes down to.
Okay.
He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
The boy looks you in the eye, black pupils trying to focus. Who are you kidding, kid? You can't take down a man several times your size. You'll end up dead yourself. Understood, Kuno. I think you like it more if I say I can respect that.
All right. Now we can do business.
He loves respect, I'm sure. Business.
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
He starts no longer whispering.
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit.
See? He feels like he did that. So now it's valid because it came from him. He's a traumatized child on amphetamines. He doesn't know better. Yeah, you're right. Maybe that's why this is so confusing from a psychology perspective, because I don't know how the drugs play into all this. I don't know what that does to his thought process or his logic, really. And so we're dealing with, like, some already irrational stuff, the codependency and the psychological issues there. And then we've got the abusive stuff, which is another layer. And then we got the drugs stuff, which is another layer. And so it all sort of gets muddled through all these lenses of confusion. And drugs just make you erratic sometimes anyway. You can just make weird decisions that don't seem to make logical sense. It creates madness and paranoia mostly. Okay. Right, okay, well that's kind of a concrete thing to use.
Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics.
Awesome, Kuno. Thanks, man.
Errand for the Kuno.
I love that.
Get you hooked, pig.
Yeah, let's do drugs.
Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker.
Usually you don't explain that to your marks before you get them hooked, but, you know, Kuno's got his own style.
That's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded.
Wow, that's incredible. A candy store for pigs. It's better than a machine. Spreading his hands like a baker presenting a selection of freshly baked pastries. Pastries. Can we talk about the shack now?
The fuck do you want with it?
No.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Well, what was that about running you an errand and illegal narcotics, Kuno?
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on.
His eyes bulge, their veins reach out like tree branches.
Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
When he's not just calling me slurs, it's almost fun to listen to him now. I'm glad we've gotten some of the malice out of this interaction. Maybe it's not gone, but it's at least not here at the moment because he thinks I respect him. Or he's convinced himself that I respect him, I guess. I did say respect. Oh no, he's growing on you. It's the madness of it all, I guess. So Kuno and his dad had a falling out. Now junkies clawing Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's going to throw his dirty popo man at it. Okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who is your dad, Kuno?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks, too.
So he's drunk on steroids and speed, and he doesn't give a shit about a single thing, and he's a fucking monster. That's a lot.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition?
No, not really. How much material are we talking about?
Like half.
Half of what?
A baggie, but like in this vial.
A baggie, but like in this vial. Okay, that's not very much material at all.
Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
Yeah, that's what happens, actually. If you get 100% purity, it becomes intangible. It's just gone. It's so pure that it doesn't exist.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
All right, I made up my mind, Kuno, and this is what's going to happen. Conclude.
Okay. Kuno's listening.
Kuno, how would you feel if I shot your dad? Would that excite you, or mixed feelings? I'm going in there guns blazing to get that speed because I need it. I'm going in there but not for the speed. I'm going after the most violent man in Revachol. I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. Lie, you need speed. I don't want speed. Kuno doesn't like a narc. Or I'm not going in there. Yeah, that's another option. I guess I'm going number 2. Going after the most violent man in Revachol.
Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out.
Would I like the Kuno when he's not out?
Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything.
He aggressively points at his eyes.
Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckheads.
Well, by your own story here, Kuno, I just kicked the door down, so I'm not locked in the room.
That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
I can't believe I'm getting freaking shaken down by a little kid.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Come on, Kim, whisper. Obviously, I'm not going to take it. We need to get drugs away from a minor.
Okay, then.
Well, that was easy.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Yeah, now it's back to the old Kuno we know. Split a kilo, Kuno. Enter flat number 12 in the Capeside apartment building. Get Kuno's speed. Sharing it with him will cement your friendship, and who knows what secrets it will lead to. I've got to actually give drugs to a little kid in order to find out about the greater investigation. Is that really what we're doing here? Can I talk to you?
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think.
Take one step closer.
Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
I just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
What are those strange words?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
You probably don't.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
Huh, weird. He doesn't seem as worked up in his animations as he did in his voice acting. So she's from the woods. So it's 2:30. A dentist's favorite time. I guess we should throw a save in now that we've had all of this Kuno business. What will I do? Will I go in, guns blazing? All of our many, many guns. Oh, can I call back about the armor now?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Have you heard back from Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope about the serial number?
No, and I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning.
Oh.
Anything else?
I thought it was finishing today, but we did it this morning, I guess? Okay, sorry. I'm done.
57's open.
In the cabin, you see a...
Why is the car so dramatic? I love that they have to define who Kuno is in this story. The kid throwing rocks as if we wouldn't remember. How am I going to establish authority with Titus? Let's see what our options are again. I don't think I have many. Yeah, that's fair. It's a pretty cool car. I just mean there was just a lot of drama.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
You could light a cigarette on that man's face. Alright, I was reticent to say I found a bullet in the hangman's head, but let's... Oh. Put skill points into authority to open this white check. Oh, maybe I should try that. What's my authority at now? 3. Alright. What's the point if I can't use them to try to make progress, right? Oh, godly 16. Alright, this is probably going to get easier the more we work our way up. I have debuffs to authority, do I? Oh, right, I can't look at that while I'm in a discussion, for reasons that do make sense. Although I suppose changing the stat points dynamically wouldn't be the end of the world. Ah, yeah, -1 to authority on the glasses. That's just that. Still, one stat point
Looks
might
like
make a difference.
The circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Yep, still a clown every day. Now we're up to 8%. Let's talk about the bullet.
A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious.
Yeah, I had to like reach into a weird hole in his palate.
Indeed. Mighty. How did it get there?
Lieutenant is fixed on Titus.
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads.
I dare say there's probably more bullets than heads. Are you implying we should connect the two?
I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
Is that logical? Also, is that 2 spaces between only and logical? I've found you out, Disco Elysium proofreader. You only had 1 million words to proofread.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Yeah, I can no longer recommend this product. I was emphatically in favor, but everything's changed now. I'm going to ask you again, why was this show them the bullet in the victim's head? I think the hanging was a cover-up for the shooting. Did you guys shoot him? It's very direct. Did you guys shoot him?
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
No. Not buying it.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
Problem is, he was already hanging, so you wouldn't have gotten that angle without going through the bottom of his jaw.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
It's actually very lucky for us that the bullet wound is in a position that is kind of almost impossible after being hanged. Or if not impossible, very unlikely.
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Oh, excuse me. Why would we ever want to tell them these bits of information? Because we're just allowing them to formulate a rebuttal that actually might make logical sense, then tell each other what their story is, so they're all on the same page. This is just not a good way to do this. I'm gonna ask you again, why was this in the victim center?
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
And all.
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
All right.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
That's a great theory, Titus.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Don't worry, we'll figure this out sooner or later.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
He crosses his hairy arms, having forgotten his beer for a moment. I kind of want to run a tiny lawnmower over his beard stubble. Zzz. That's what shaving is, but like, imagine a tiny man with a tiny lawnmower.
It's not like he blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there somewhere.
Well, there's a little crack in there somewhere is Kuno's drug methodology, I guess. Imagine a tiny man, now what? Now you take the tiny man, you give him a tiny shed with a tiny lawnmower, and you put it on his face. I mean, 17% is a bit better. I've hit lower percent, but also it would be a real miracle.
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
An old-timey push mower. Oh, you mean the ones that don't have an engine or a motor to them, that are just like a little turbine? My neighbor across the street had one of those when I was a kid, and I was like, how does that work? Apparently they require quite a lot of force. I've never used one, actually. I've only used the engine kind, the motor kind. I don't know why I keep saying engine. I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping. Kim, I need your gun. Okay, no, I don't think that's good. That's all? Okay, that's all I got.
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear that you're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop. Did you already You're probably right.
Stop shitting your pants. The law.
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
I guess we're both the law around here.
No, asshole. You're nobody. I'm the law.
Oh.
Stop yelling about the goddamn law in my establishment. We get it. You're all the law.
Oh no, I think Titus was just saying that's not the case.
Let's just all cool off. We had some questions, that's all.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be locked now. Alright, Titus is pissing me off a little bit. The only thing saving you at the moment is the tiny lawnmower. And you didn't even do that. I did that for me. I'm gonna try the blue door again. Maybe it'll just be open.
Heavy steel door with a prominent. The door does not budge.
Can I help you?
Yeah, he never has anything new to say other than just pay my bill, which is unfortunate. Is Northern Lion gonna say anything to me today? Gotta spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. Alright. Don't know what that's all about. I feel like I made no progress. So many difficult questions to answer here. Set of tracks. Really? That was... Alright, I can try that. Yeah, I might have to go to the shacks. You're right. Let's see what the set of tracks says, though.
What do you see?
How do I do the skill check?
Interesting. Someone operates.
He regrets it the moment he says it.
A drummer only uses the right foot for the kick drum.
Not in metal.
Right, it's stupid.
Also, you can use your right foot for the kick drum, but your left foot for the hi-hat. Right? Or reversed? I don't know. It kind of depends on the set. Is the implication that the hi-hat isn't as heavy or puts as much stress on the sole of the shoe compared to the kick drum? Which might be true. I don't really know. He already admitted it was a silly idea. Okay.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
You definitely move the foot for the kick drum more. Yeah, the space to actuate the hi-hat is like this big, and the space to actuate the kick drum is like your whole foot length, almost. The whole front of your foot is engaged, more so. I don't know why I'm thinking so hard about this. I thought there was like a logical inconsistency there. Also, people use their kick drums in different ways. Some people play with different parts of their muscle groups. I actually saw a drummer just talking about this. I watched Drumeo occasionally on YouTube, and they were interviewing a particular drummer who I can't remember who it was, saying that he... What does he play with his leg almost straight out? Because he's figured out a way to use his hips. He uses his hips to generate the pressure because he says it's a larger muscle group, and because he plays, I think it's a black metal band, so it's really long, sustained double kick sessions. Just those just keeps going and going. So I could kind of see the logic to that. Your calf muscles just wouldn't be as good for that. It's an interesting question, though, because it actually engages a lot of weirdly specific world building about this. What kind of musician would be in this world? How are they using their legs? What kind of drum set do they have? Are they amateur or professional? What is their goal in musicality? What? I was thinking it was a driver.
He doesn't seem to hear you. Looking south toward the traffic jam instead.
Yeah.
The machines are silent. The engines are all turned off.
Well, maybe they're just electric cars and you can't hear them. It's very unsettling. Have you ever almost been hit by an electric car because you didn't think there was a car near you?
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect.
I've
Seems
done that.
Prudent, no?
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
How do I do the check, though? And why do I keep hitting I instead of J? No, map. We want map. This one. Set of tracks. Visual calculus medium. There's no way to just directly get to it. So it's like I have to find it within the labyrinth of dialogue?
What do you see? I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. The one with his front teeth missing.
Yes.
I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. 200. This could be the combined weight of two people.
Oh, I think you already did the check
in
in what you see on the map is
Let's
above.
say a heavily built worker carrying...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
I do. The fat guy. I think I heard them call him Angus. Most likely to have carried the victim over.
I think when I originally did this, it was before we talked to them. And it's interesting now because I think he's referring to people specifically. And the first time I heard him talk, it was vague.
But why?
Hey, Rolf. Why did they have to carry him?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst. Someone who wanted to impress their peers.
Maybe the victim wasn't conscious.
Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration.
Maybe they shot him in the soft palate. Alright, so you think it was just a bug? That'll teach me for using the map list. Where should I go? Should I go fight Kuno's dad? Waterlock, okay. I could also fight Kuno's dad. I don't really want to do that. I feel like I'll die. Oh, there was 3 dudes here before? They're all gone now. Maybe they're over in the Whirling in Rags having a lunch. The radio relay hums with electricity. Oh, is this where I was talking to someone? Is this the radio tower that we were talking to before? Didn't know it was just down the street. A breaker box to power the radio pylon above you. Maybe there's something inside. No, I think it's solid cement. I don't know how you're supposed to get inside. There's no door. I mean, I see a door, but you can't click on it. What's this? Idea. Traffic beyond the gate, more abandoned motor lorries. The sign says no entry. Someone scribbled an inverted star on it. Oh, we saw the inverted star earlier. In the apartment, I think. Ooh. Empathy glasses. We need more of those. I'll go in the breaker box. Yeah, those kind of work for him, actually. Let's feel the streets. And get a hat. Oh, there's money here now. I know where that just came from. Ahead, decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. There's a guy I watch that pets cats professionally on YouTube, and he goes to these Japanese islands a lot. And one of the places he seems to go a lot of the time is this shore full of these tank jacks. And there'll be cats, like, interwoven throughout them. Yeah, he pets cats professionally. He's a YouTuber whose whole channel is about petting cats. It's called Impressed Cat Video. I've been watching him for years. You'll know him for his distinctive blue and yellow shoes. So he just walks around Japan, or goes on trips to various places and finds cats and pets them. A creaking ahead, a broken axle grinding. It's the dream job, really. I don't know what more you could ask from life than that. Oh, I know what car this is. He's got hundreds of videos, and I think he does fairly well. Footprints in the snow, they lead away from the accident. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. They got walkers now. Rick would be very disappointed to hear that. Oh, sorry, Moobot should not be listened to. That is not the job of today. I will disable that command immediately. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, there's just money all over the shore here. Oh, I thought these were stones. This is ice flow? I can see it kind of bobbing around. Unless it's an optical illusion, and... No, I'm pretty sure it's bobbing.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half-submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water.
But if you're a fish, you're immune to those. Fish do not get lonely, and they seem to love being cold.
Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
So this is where all the tracks were leading to.
It appears to be so.
The lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eyes as he inspects the wreckage.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
I worry that if we don't investigate this vehicle fast enough, by tomorrow this might be submerged.
You get a sudden sinking feeling.
No, that's the car.
Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water.
You have some kind of fear of the ocean there.
Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
Just like drones. All of them will end in the sea. A drone's life's purpose is to find the ocean to then fall into it. How long has it been here?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Run your hand over
The
it.
motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists.
Would it take a crane? Because I think we're fairly close to some solid ground, but you wouldn't want to start hauling something on a bed of ice like that. It wouldn't be very safe. What is the make of this motor carriage? Can I see a logo?
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
There's no way we can't identify the car based on its body rather than have to look for a logo. What should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
How long will it take for the low tide to come in?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Sit on the swing and wait for the tide. Okay.
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent.
I wonder why they would have me sit somewhere rather than just let me keep walking around. Maybe because this is like a narrative moment.
The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Yeah, it does look like a small swing set, but I'm sure it was designed for children and not adults, so I think their scale makes the swing set seem small, not that it is necessarily small by default. Drama. Whistle a tune.
The tune on your lips forms a strange, yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness.
What about all the tuna on my lips?
The lieutenant gives you a quick glance.
He loves it.
Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher-pitched and slightly more melodic trill.
Oh, that's lovely. They're whistling together like buds.
Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and a sunken car.
What a kind of different moment than you're used to seeing in a video game, right? Just a still contemplative moment about time passing. And they say video games aren't art. What a stupid thing to say. No one should say that.
The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
So yeah, I don't know about that first one. The tide sure is taking its sweet time. Or would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches? Neither, please. Neither. I'll go with the second one.
I believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But I suppose it could move quicker, yes?
It would be pretty strange if the tides were like every 10 minutes. Very chaotic.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
I kind of wonder maybe there could have been an option 4 if I was better at conversation. If you have to side with either the strikers or the shipping company, who would you choose? Do you think I'll ever find my gun? Or, man, this is taking a long time. Yeah, I'd like to hear what he says about the shipping company striker thing.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Excuse me. So, you're saying you side with the Union?
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Squint your eyes and say, is that a number on the side? Or can you make out the marquee now? Mark? Sorry, Mark.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Capri, Model 40.
What? So why didn't you volunteer that?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices...
I know, you're a car guy. You like cars.
Firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people.
Did you just want to sit and chat?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
The age of the driver.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical.
Yeah, I know what 41 is. 41 is his rank in the underground street racing hierarchy. Rub your chin. Small fish, this one. This must be Tommy 41, the morning host of FM 41. Looks like a factory made a mistake and accidentally called this one Capri 41. Scoff, stupid factory. I hate guessing. District something, a precinct, something municipal, rubs your temples, you're getting a horrible headache. Or, oh god, no. Oh.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
We've been chasing after the ghost of what I did last night the whole time.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
No.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
Okay, so that it kind of explains why he didn't volunteer anything, because I think he knew pretty quickly what had happened here. And he's been trying to spare my feelings and allow me to come to terms with this on my own, while being a good steward of compassion and empathy. I drove my car into the sea?
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
And things were going so well. Maybe I was in pursuit of someone, or how do I get it out, or I can still fix it, or they're not going to take me back after this, are they? No.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
Yeah, he's trying to cheer you up now. The badge, the gun, and now this.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost.
A fourth thing. Is it your dignity?
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
How do I get it out?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So it's just gonna be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
Things were going so well, we were just whistling.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Ever the optimist, Kim. I guess I'll hear what he says about pursuit.
Of whom? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
If anything, you were probably drunk.
Yeah, I think that's more likely. I can still fix it, Kim.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well.
Alright.
You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one.
I don't think that's true. I think there's more than one undamaged component, but they're gonna be very worthless regardless.
Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
I don't have that kind of money.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
Well, at least I can see what's in there now.
Yes, let's go take a look.
New skill points. Banged up fuel canister. I could sell that? Okay. Oh. RCM badge. And a commander's jacket. I thought we found that on the roof. A dented stainless steel canister for transporting and storing heavy fuel oil. A logo on its side has been partially stripped over years of use. I found the cloak. Government-issued red-dyed fuel oil inside looks like paint, although it smells much, much worse. Yeah, I remember they were dumping this over the roof. What is her name? Alice was trying to make a mural. RCM badge, Lieutenant 2JFR Dubois. Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you, a younger version of you, already disintegrating inside but still presentable on the outside. Oh, that's all? Unceremonious. I thought we would have more to say about that. Right, interact.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
I don't like how they've broken the interact into its own little weird menu item. It doesn't feel like telegraphed well enough to the player that you're meant to do that.
At least something good came out of all this.
Lieutenant glances at the badge in your hand. Study the badge.
Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number,
Harrier,
the date of issue, and in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Precinct 41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
What?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiayeva.
Berdiayeva.
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain.
Forebrain. I got 4 of them?
And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him. Ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
4 months ago. Seems like a new document was recently made. One is handed to you as part of a promotion, or if you lose the old one.
A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
Do you think he lost it, or do you think he got a promotion?
I remember that time! That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up!
Thanks, Necktie. Serial number.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
At least it says Jam on it. That's pretty cool. Rank.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
What is Lieutenant W. Freighter?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
And W. Freighter?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain.
Oh.
You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Sounds like a traitor. Wow, what an interesting denotation to say that you now can have it publicly known that you could be higher, but you chose not to be. Also, why would they offer it a second time after you've already declined it once? That seems weird.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect.
Wait, the rank above you might be taken, then why would it be offered? Okay, what is the mechanism by which one is given a promotion? Is it sort of like a procedural thing? Because it sounds like it has nothing to do with the rank being in need of a replacement. We need a new captain. You want to bump this asshole out of the spot. Oh, so someone higher up said, you can be the captain replacing the one we currently have if you choose to be, but you said no. So this current captain stays, and maybe that's a whole thing. That seems rife for exploitation. Like a whole power dynamic problem there.
And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In
Right.
your case, lieutenant.
That makes more sense. Yeah, I could see that being the reason you would decline it. You just like the thing you're doing currently. He was trying to keep busy. But he keeps getting promotions. He used to be a bang-up cop until whatever happened with his wife.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Oh, I guess theoretically, maybe, yeah, so there's like a soft power question, too? Maybe Harry being out on the street means he could take bribes, whereas if he got a promotion, that would no longer be available to him, so he would actually lose money even if he got paid more? There's a surprising amount of different questions to this. But that That is why it's good writing, because we have so many little bits of information that we can actually work from to draw conclusions and make our own guesses that sometimes may or may not be addressed later in the actual story. I love caring about things. I wish I could do it all the time. Yeah, tell me about the decomptage.
Decomptage is the hierarchical system
I figured.
employed by the Revachol citizens' militia. It means counting down to twos.
Oh.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
Okay, so captain's kind of the top then.
Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
Or W freighter.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Yeah. That kind of explains why he's been so... Oh, that's depressing, actually. Now I'm retroactively thinking, has he been respectful of so many things because I'm his superior and he knew that? I don't want to think any less of Kim. I'm gonna hope that it's not to do with that. But he might just understand his role in the hierarchy. Oh no, I can actually ask him. Wait, satellite officers?
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
Huh. So you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
I really feel awful saying this, but I don't entirely believe him. I can't believe someone is that good-natured.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
I really want you to be a real person, Kim. I hope that you're being truthful. If you're not, I won't think any less of you, but it's really my own failings that have led us here.
He trusts you for now. Try not to spoil
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Thanks, that gives me hope.
Good.
I want this story to really be about Harry being able to find his way back to reality, to find hope again, and to find a reason to live, because someone so encouraging as Kim exists. He's like my savior and mentor to get me out of the worst depths of human depression in a state of like living decomposition. I want that to be the story, not that Kim happened to be nice because I'm his superior and because of that we accidentally found our way. Like, that just isn't as satisfying. Impetus 12, thank you very much for the 100 months. That's so many months, and it's now 3 numbers instead of 2, which is even wilder. Thank you, Impetus 12. There's an achievement for making him distrust you to the maximum extent, and I can never bring myself to do it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that either. Turn back to the document.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
There must be all these people that have, like, the platinum, or 100%ed the achievements that are like, I should not have done that. I regret what it has shown me. All right, tell me why my name is Harrier.
Harrier? That's long for Harry.
Oh.
So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name.
Huh.
Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Okay, that's useful info that we should keep to ourselves. Yep, all right. Harrier Dubois it is.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
Right. That's such good writing. I like all of that.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Photo.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-gray eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
Yeah, I had my first photo on my driver's license in New York for ages. I still look like a child. I mean, obviously I can't really show you, but... I never took the opportunity to update the photo, and it just, like, probably doesn't really look like me anymore.
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
We could shave the sideburns if that's what you want to do. I mean, it's not the type of look I would go for personally, but, like, it doesn't look that bad. And he's winking. Why is he winking?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate.
Okay, that's enough of the badge. Thank you, though. Oh, I can make his head flip out if I do that. Oh, it's interesting how the mask kind of shows Kim through your body. It's an oddly inconsistent mask. I don't know what it's doing there. There's like a layer sorting problem or something. He looks like a corpse, but that's not the sideburns problem. Yeah, exactly. To the extent that sideburns can look okay, I think he mostly pulls it off. It's just, that's not what's at issue here. Well, that's a big achievement. We finally found our badge. And we learned about the pissing competition. Let's save. And it was just right there on the other side. It's almost like they time-gated our ability to find that information out. Gonzu, thank you very much for the 19 months of Twitch Prime. Welcome back, Gonzu. I appreciate your Prime gaming. Can we follow the tracks to the left? I kind of thought they were my tracks, funny enough. I thought that I had left those. They just kind of go around in a circle. Oh, idea. The ice just off the coast crackles, shifting. There's no inspection point holding tab or anything, if that's what you're thinking. Yeah, they just kind of stop here. What is the implication that we made it over the jump and then decided to drive it in? Like, we were so shocked that we made it over the jump that we're like, okay, now I have to crash it into the ocean because I didn't achieve my goal of destroying the car. There's a boat tucked away underneath the tarpaulin cover. He's like, I was sure I would die in that jump over the... I can't believe I'm still here. Crash his car again. Yeah, or maybe no thought. Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrubs filth from fabric. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and a forgotten chair. Who could ever forget a chair? They carry the weight of the world. Someone has left their music collection beneath the tarpaulin. I didn't ever know that tarp was short for a longer word, so that's really taking me off guard. Also, the sorting layers on the trees are off again. I think. That one's like getting obscured by the building there. Alright, what about this shack? Tarpali Shore. Postcard from Coal City 08. Love Coal City. A cold breeze, is that past tense of cold, is enough to make the wall planks creak. You see a dark red chair in the dim light of the room. Yeah, we used to coal, so now we're cold.
It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf.
Cold chair.
Nothing to see here, right?
Sounds like we need to investigate them.
Investigate the blood red chair? You're going to leave it alone, Harry. That's what you're going to do.
You sure? Hey kid, what's up with this chair? It's so red. Oh, a bow. For drama. Drama bow. Harry bow. Oh. I like the fit of that a little better. That's very fancy too. Yeah, drama theater kid. As opposed to the Inland Empire's horrific necktie. I suppose only the necktie talks, and if you're not wearing it, you won't hear the lines. So I do get a kick out of hearing it every time. I guess I have to keep it on. That'll probably be the ultimate gambit the game plays, is like, you lose stats for keeping the necktie, but you get to hear it talk. Whereas every other thing you could put on instead would just give you better stats. This postcard depicts a forest of smokestacks releasing fat plumes of smoke, Snoop Dogg gif, into blue cloudless sky. The tinge of age, the color of old teeth. Old teeth. Gives you a sickly, or gives it a sickly look. Written on the back is a single sentence repeated twice. I got out, I got out. No addressee. Wow. Talk about drama. I know I've been tangenting it quite a bit on today's episode, so I hope it hasn't been too annoying or anything, but still thoroughly enjoying the game, of course. They have been vaguely related to what's going on, but sometimes they just kind of go off. The underside of the boat has been recently tarred. Fair enough. Boat maintenance. Elysium? Fisherman shacks. Oh, we got a yellow over there. And a person. Didn't even notice you. I was more concerned about this. Haven't seen the RCM around for ages, they say. I can't read the other... Oh, what are these doing in the fish? Oh. Franco-Nigerian cavalry boots. Neat. So right now I have composure minus to savoir-faire. This is just perception up. My outfit is... I'm quickly starting to look very militant. Oh, maybe that's part of the point. As you're slowly drip-fed options, how will you choose to dress? Do you prioritize your statistics over your look? It's an interesting question. I do like perception as a stat, though. Good old calf-length cavalry boots. I guess just cavalry boots in general are going to make you look militant. That's just the way those work. Mount that horse and ride into the night. The heel comes in handy, too. Oh, no. It definitely makes you some good 5 centimeters taller. Oh, I didn't think that's the way you meant that. But it could be that it's also making you sharper, more perceptive to your surroundings now that you've gained a new perspective. A view from above. Ride that dolphin all of the way. to Atlantis,
officer.
you'll be okay. It's Lillian, the net picker. I'm sorry, I started at the wrong key there, and then yeah. The woman in the raincoat stands on the key. I just said that. Considering an overturned boat, a sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip. Oh.
Anything I can help you with?
Alright, where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Elysium. Yeah, Nowhere is incredible. I've watched a lot of their live concerts and videos, and they really seem to do a great job live. Which makes sense, since they're all, like, trained jazz musicians. Really, really tuned up professionals. Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
That's pronounced illegible. Did you get to see Sam Wilkes, the bass player? Did you get to see his amazing bass face? I've never seen someone so happy to play bass as him. That guy rocks. I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker.
Okay.
I think I have time for questions.
I love your
that was
earrings.
Actually, the second one.
I never thought that you could use hooks as earrings, but it works. Although, be really, really careful, because they look sharp. I'd be sitting... Oh, he was sitting the whole time, but still very watchable. I'd be sitting the whole time. I'm a drummer is the joke. Okay. Yeah, they're all really good in that band. Every single one of them. Like, on their own carries, and then they all carry together, which is not even a thing that you can do, but they do it somehow.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
I don't remember the keyboard player's name, but he is also really profoundly talented.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
I'm looking for someone maybe you can help. What do you do around here? Nice sword. Is that your boat? Yeah, what do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
I imagine there's a lot to do all the time if you fish for a living. Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
In a way, being a fisherman is just being a farmer, but a different kind.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Okay, yeah, I didn't mean to do that if that's what was happening.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
God, I hope I've never given the impression I'm hitting on somebody when I'm just trying to talk to them. I probably have been very blind to that possibility. But I don't try to do that ever. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
Yikes. At least it wasn't a mime?
Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
Huh.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing.
Thanks, Rhetoric.
It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I need to know about those human bodies. A mine. The RCM could use a mine. Where is it? Drugs. I need this info. Major narc. Point to yourself. Place looks bad. Why don't you leave? I mean, what could she possibly say about the bodies? Found them, I guess. I guess what happened to them? Bodies seem like the most important bit.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch.
I bet. Alright, I'm looking for someone.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Missing cryptozoologist.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
Imaginary animals.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Yeah, well, no. Those aren't really, unless you mean like a Yeti maybe, but no. I haven't, yeah, what's up with the snowmen?
Two old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense
that would be the
about
ones,
snowmen
yeah.
and the like.
Where did they go?
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
Yeah, it's just them.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Oh, apparently, if I find other people I'm looking for, I'll talk to you. Nice sword.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
Ah. It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Yeah, why do you need intimidation?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Huh. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective?
What makes you think we haven't?
Oh.
The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Behold, point to the expression on your face. Her eyes meet yours and suddenly she starts laughing its hoarse as if she hasn't laughed in a while.
Not bad.
Do you like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
Now, if you were to have experienced that moment in another game or another story, without all of the lead up to it, it wouldn't have had anywhere near the amount of backstory and kind of importance. Now that we know Harry's demeanor and how he feels about himself, and what it means to him to project the way that he is, the fact that she laughs in a gentle, kind of self-affirming way to him has so much more gravitas than if it was just a throwaway moment of like, look at my stupid face. You know, that's actually a really interesting moment.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
I don't want to say, so where are all the men now? That's just like an awful thing to say. Well, I don't know if she wants there to be men, and I don't know if she doesn't want there to be men, and also it's very presumptuous. And also, if she wants there to be men, then that's just mean. I don't know. It's just not a good way to proceed with the conversation, as far as I know, but we have to say it, so.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more
we're speaking
thick-headed.
specifically of the men that needed a
And one
lesson
of
in
them
manners.
I ended up marrying.
Ah, okay. Wait, why, if they're thick-headed?
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke. Oh, I'd say it was 50-50, yeah.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
An artful way of saying something like that. So where's your husband now?
Gone.
Gone where?
To the waves.
Oh.
The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Oh.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later.
Well, that's sad.
Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
It's healthy to let go and move on. I have such a weirdly, like, deleterious relationship with this concept where I understand what the healthy thing is to do. Letting go and moving on is the better thing, but it feels like out of romance and sort of a self-flagellatory way of looking at your relationship with romance, that pining and missing someone and feeling that pain for as long as possible is to honor them. But that's ultimately only hurting you, and they're not here to care. So who are you really helping in that case? Not really anyone. Time is the best cure for
Us
sorrow.
working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on.
I think to acknowledge that that is the healthy thing to do is to also say, in the scope of someone's life, you can only really make such an impact, no matter who you are. No matter how much you love them, and no matter how good your relationship is, and no matter all of the factors at play, at the end of the day, once you've died, you are not there. And you need to be there for those things to still count. And so it just doesn't matter. You can only be so much once you're not there. And that's the bit that I guess feels the worst. It's that loss of agency of being dead. Where there's nothing you can do about it. It may not have even been your fault. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But regardless, you've crossed that line. You don't get to exist anymore, and you never will again. And the person who loved you the most in your short time on Earth will mourn you for an appropriate amount of time and then move on. Because they still have to be busy with the work of being here now. And I think if you were to drill into all of my insecurities and biggest problems, something in there is like a kernel aspect of all of my problems, is that feeling. That I can't get over the fact that we have to die eventually. That really sucks.
Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glances at the village where the two little kids are playing with what looks like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her.
Right. Yeah, in media they like to portray love as eternal and even beyond death, but that's neither realistic nor healthy. Exactly. Yeah, the idea that you buy someone a ring with a diamond because the diamond is forever, it's like, it's just marketing. Which is also really sad, that we've tied the most important person in our lives with marketing. It just, like, is so sad. All of this co-opted, all of this emotionality and passion and care and love and respect, all of the things that make us human, is a way to sell you a pretty rock and tie a bunch of sort of overly romanticized gestures to it. You can love someone even after they're gone, but continuing to dwell on them is not healthy. Yeah, I know. But I guess my greater point was, no matter what love you feel for someone after their death, it is now solidified, permanent, and unchanging in a positive way. Rarely will you find out in 5 years, actually the person I loved was... I love them even more now than I did before they died. Like, that's not really how that usually works. You've kind of crossed the line, as I said, and that's the peak of it before then. Anyway, yeah, the very personal discussion here, I think, to me. This dynamic of psychology is one that I've spent way too long thinking about.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another.
No.
Better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Oh, electrochemistry is saying this is probably true.
Do Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Well, it is season 13 in Overwatch. It is the season of the widow. Ugh, I don't want to be that person. So I take it that's your skiff?
Sure is. The sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday.
Hey, Minty.
It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Sunny days, catch a snowflake in your palm. I've noticed Harry is being uncharacteristically charming with this person. He's made multiple actually genuinely kind of either clever or, I don't know, things that feel in step with the way you court someone.
Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
Yes.
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff. Bad news for the nets.
Man.
Bad news for the kids.
Oh, there's so much subtext here. You got a problem with sunny days. Kim says, no, ma'am. I think Harry has a problem with sunny days. And then in a full set of denialistic statements, would have had been bad news if it turned out it wasn't a sunny day, despite the snow. Bad news for the skiff, yeah. So, like, okay, it's a wild time.
Silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt on the yellow belly of the boat.
When do you think the boat will be ready?
In time, when the sea turns and the winds settle, she will be ready.
My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
Well, I think that's about all I want to say for now. Be seeing you. This boat is floating freely in the water unmoored. There's a very interesting and heavy conversation there. I suppose over time it's possible you might forget their flaws before their good parts. Yeah, that is possible, you're right. I don't know if that's always the case, but usually kind of forget everything in equal parts. Further to my point. Ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. I hope the fish are neither lonely nor cold. There's probably a crab down there who's living his best life. Found a little bucket. Just kind of sits in it all day. Snips at stuff. I like to think about that crab. They might be cold and hard and pinchy, but at least they've got a bucket. A wedding stone, well worn and covered in rust. Like me. White curtains have been drawn shut, no looking in. You see dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. Dried tulips on a bed? Why would there be tulips on a bed? That sounds like a morning thing. Tailored trousers in light brown, moderate in every respect. They're aspect. They're absolutely unremarkable. In other words, perfect. +1 to Kingdom of Conscience moralist pants. What is Kingdom of Conscience? Oh, it's a moralist centrist stat. Okay. There's so many of them that I forget where they are, and that one's not even on that list. Cinder blocks, charred, a makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting. Centrism isn't an emotion. Well, you asked the right person. It might be. The bushes are too thick and thorny to pass through. Oh, is that dude using one of those tubes? I always said if you had to go camping, you go on a construction site, and those tubes are the perfect spot. They'll keep you warm if you, like, insulate around them. Never had the opportunity to try it, but it sounds like a thing a YouTuber would do.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comfortable.
Oh, is this just a way to pass time, like on the other side?
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
Yeah, alright.
Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Thank you, tutorial agent. Is Steve Wallace the guy who camps in public places? I couldn't remember his name. I think I watched him... If it's the same guy, I think I watched him set up a tent in a little wooded area next to a McDonald's drive-thru. Or he's, like, parked in the middle of traffic areas in a roundabout. Construction material... Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't read that fast enough. Whatever, it said something about construction material. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed. Oh, because of the clothes.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the Apricot Suzerainty.
The Apricot Suzerainty. What a fantastic set of words. I really like that word, suzerainty. I don't really know what it means, again. I've forgotten. It's like an area or something, but... maybe it's like a province or a... Well, something like a province, a county or locality. Is there a famous character named Samara that I now can't remember the show she's from?
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Oh, from The Ring. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. Thank you. I completely thought from the sort of softness of that name that it was like from a Disney movie or something. So yeah, I was not thinking in the right ballpark of genre at all. If you can't see, then how did you know I was here? Lean forward. Yeah, lean forward. Don't be weird.
Welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
I really don't want to bring you any trouble, and I hope that I can do that.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, where a subordinate party is called a vassal state, or tributary state, the dominant party is called a suzerain. Thank you. I actually understand that. Maybe it'll stick. Fingers crossed.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
I'm not gonna make an old woman afraid. Horrific necktie. We're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble. Yeah, that's what we do.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
The fell omen. I've been here before. Do you mean me specifically, or do you mean police? What kind of an ill omen are we talking about? If I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me that? Well, you have. Have I been here before?
No, not you personally.
Okay.
I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another.
Oh.
Locked himself in that woodshed over there.
The Raccoon City Metropolitan Police. That would be the RCMP. We're here to fight the zombies, ma'am?
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him, and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place.
Oh,
somewhere more
no.
quiet.
Did we, Yeah, I think we did the whole judiciary process.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Right. What kind of ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
Oh, not Black Hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
I thought we established I was some sort of cockatoo. The macabre kind. The, I can't remember the specific word. Whatever. I'm a cockatoo of some type. If I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me that?
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you.
Are they? Maybe they
and
are.
Maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built.
Oh, that's very welcoming. Thank you.
I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage.
Don't worry, I crashed it
and
already.
not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others.
We should, like, ask what her name is.
Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Oh. Her soapy thumb points to the building behind her. How much is it?
I won't charge you for it.
No way.
Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
There's this guy Garta who makes me give him money every night just so I don't die out in the cold. Wow. That's very kind. You're just giving it to me?
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
She tilts her head on the side, pondering over something. I think it's nice to know that if I can't afford my rent, I'll have somewhere to go, because I don't think I'm going to have enough money pretty soon.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
A key appears from under her apron. She hands it to you.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
I do think there's something to be said for getting away from that room, actually. It does have running water. The shack may not, but at least this won't be a place with a destroyed window and, like, evidence of possibly one of the worst nights of our life, as far as I can tell.
Judy, this environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
Well, we're several days in now, and I have to imagine the withdrawal symptoms are starting to lessen. I haven't taken any drugs.
Finally, you have those lame-os of Martinez off your back, Gratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
Yeah. The hostel has a bar, though. What is this fishing? What is in this fishing village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
You know, the way they're talking about this fishing village, I occasionally hear people talk about how they feel about Ireland. Like that it's a dead end and you've got to get away from it. And I just don't know that that's... Well, I mean, it's probably true for them. But it seems like it depends on what your goals are in life as to what is a dead end. And I think there's a lot of things to love about Ireland. Maybe not for them, and that's fine. But I don't think it's ever as simple as this place is no good. Usually there's a deeper story than that.
The place is so pornographically poor.
Pornographically poor. Yeah, so like one of the first things that I learned that Americans almost always do is pronounce the word Ireland Ireland. They really, they kind of nasal it and go all the way through the syllables. Irish people don't say that. They say Ireland. They just kind of roll over the second syllable. So I've definitely tried to de-emphasize that a bit, and I think I've been successful. There's got to be something here.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
The American R is also different, and just plain sharper is a big part of it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, what's the pox?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain.
Isla Mowland. It's a bit of a stretch, but, you know, I see where we got there if you're writing it out.
After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens.
Yeah.
Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses. Shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now.
Well, not gonna lie, I thought there were a few more people than that, but, you know, I think my point still mostly stands. It's just, yeah, that's... You're pretty far gone when there's like, oh, there's this one family and also another dude, but he's gone.
And then there's the drunks.
All right.
Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Yeah. Even people who like to drink need to live somewhere. I met Lillian already.
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
The drunks are over there. We walked past them.
Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
Is there a way to make a little money around here?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
I don't really want to just say this place is poor in front of her. It just seems mean.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
What is further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity.
Oh.
It's been there since before my time, even.
They got one of those steel-plated cars that can go back in time? Why is it abandoned? Oh, because they all went back in time. Back when there was a bigger village and a working hospital.
Some things just don't fly, officer.
Well, the cars do.
Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
With all due respect, I have seen churches older than 300 years that are still brimming with people.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening.
Huh.
Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a
Wait,
nice
what crime?
church.
What are they doing to a church? I don't know what that means. I saw a film where they were gathering out around a church and then the spire of the church fell on somebody's head. That was gross. I think it was Hot Fuzz. It was very, very gory.
She's not
what a
telling
weird
you
film
all
that
she
was.
knows. Keep her talking.
What else is on down coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant.
Oh.
Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Oh, embezzling, yeah, but I guess I wasn't thinking of that kind of crime. I don't really know what kind of crime I was thinking of. It didn't really make much sense. Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Alright, got it.
As I said, it's a peninsula. There's no one there, just ghosts and vagrants, and teenagers making out.
There aren't even any teenagers, what? Where? There aren't any. I haven't seen any teenagers. Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie.
Oh. I feel bad for her that she's just like, I'm no one.
Now it's your turn, Mr.
Lieutenant W. Freighter Harrier Dubois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them, double.
Double, yeah, it's wild. I could have been captain twice over.
She's got a couple of ranks herself. Honored chief and so on.
Goodbye. I'm off. Is this my new house? No.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint
Oh,
has
it is.
started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangements. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Okay.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Well, that will save me a lot of money, not having to pay for rent every night. Ooh, Koroyev jacket for logic. Guess I want to see what that looks like. Ooh. Yeah, that's wild. This swanky checkered jacket flatters your form in a way that makes you feel the fun kind of serious. It has a really nice roomy pockets too. I guess we could rock this for a little bit. I did say I was looking too militant. You see the waves, the sea, the church. Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from '39. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. She's been heating this place with nobody in it? Floorboards creak under your step. Well, that just seems like an irresponsible waste of money.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
I can't seem to, yeah, I need more electrochemistry. I know I just took a piece of clothing off, though.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Is shaving the right call? Is shaving right for me? A pamphlet.
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
That's an interesting question, because shaving your facial hair when you're in a psychological state like Harry is, I think might actually be a pretty big deal. It kind of signifies, and hair in general signifies a lot to do with your persona. So when people kind of suddenly make a drastic change to themselves, sometimes can indicate some psychological instability. Or the reverse can be true. They may be solidifying or codifying their personality in a way by saying, I am no longer the person who wears this facial hair. I don't hate it, though, is the thing. It just looks okay to me. But it's more up to you, Harry. I mean, I'm not the one at the end of the day that has to look in the mirror. I guess neither are you, considering we don't have enough electrochemistry. Anything about the bed?
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down.
Honestly, it looks
Still,
way better than what we have in the other place. No time to rest. We almost are in time to talk to the smoker. Inside, you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering. Can you turn it off and save this lady some money? Kim, what are you doing? You're just hiding in that door frame. It's a little weird, isn't it? Can I go in there? Surulam Yang Manus. Manus? The Hands of Fate drag you into the DLC. The street sign is illegible below the graffito. Hard to see the details. The color's all warm, welcoming, are cozy though. A flower trough where nothing really grows, maybe in spring. Trough. I guess it is a trough. I have a feeling if we shave our mustache, that's a one-time deal. We're not going to be able to regrow our hair. Because I don't think it's a cosmetic decision that way, but it's like a one-way road. I mean, it's probably barred by the passage of time. Good rocks.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old.
Oh god, what if Kuno S is planning to murder these poor children?
The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Lol. You must be Lillian's twins.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Explains the other one, tongue still lolling out of his mouth. I already said that.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders.
Well, that shouldn't be a problem because it's his neck that we should worry about if his head's so large. Also, you're now playing with rocks in the rain.
The other one laughs as well.
Oh, good.
Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason, somehow tied to the case.
I somehow kind of doubt it, but we could ask. What are you laughing about?
The boy stops laughing and looks at his toes.
Oh. You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Okay. Yeah, I said that. You're a bit like the Bob's Burgers characters.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt.
Some kind. Mysterious dirt. We must solve the mystery
The
of it.
rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
Okay.
You're bad with kids.
I am, yes.
Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
You're right, Kim. Bye, kids. I want to talk to the drunks? Probably should. Just kind of wanted to see the contours of where this place goes, but it seems this is the edge here. Sheen Claven. Claven?
You stop mid-step and put your hand on the garish necktie.
Oh, what do you have for me today, garish necktie?
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
I don't really care about any bottle. I don't want to look at
You
it.
should care! I'm getting a very special vibe from that bottle. Please go talk to him. I need to look at it closer.
I'll collect the bottles and sell them. Can I do that? I need my bag for that. No bag, no business. Well, you know, I probably don't need the wire cutters right now. The chain cutters. Oh, they just left some money on the ground. 69, in fact. No, these are not actual bottles. They're faux bottles. And they're not faux me.
Hey, tequila!
A 30-something man clad in a two-piece lycra TM tracksuit puts down his Pilsner and extends his hand in greeting. Seems like a nice guy.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Has a sort of familiar-sounding voice. Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
Are we just breaking the fourth wall here?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang.
Oh, because we know each other from... Oh, God, what have I walked into now?
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Am I playing left or right-handed Harry? Ambidextrous Harry. I haven't actually given him a dominant hand.
I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name.
Don't know. People tell me I'm a cop. I'm getting used to that. I've re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law. Yeah, I'll go with number 3. Telling me I'm a cop. I'm getting used to that.
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker?
Like a salt shaker? If we shake you, does white dust come out? He thoughtfully picks at his shit-stained Lycra TM jacket.
Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
He takes a sip from his beer.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks. Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please. Please don't go. Don't go.
Begs the man in the pipe. Is that Mario?
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying
It's
it.
you. Your Tequila Sunset.
And how do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, I drank too much.
No, you sure don't.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Yes. Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords.
Yeah, you want moist cords.
Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
He takes another sip, then continues. Gotta moist cords.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk.
Ah, the cords. Much more moist now.
Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
That's almost the plot of Joker.
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Please continue.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund
there's
Alcoholics, were getting
that
our
word.
drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Moribund is someone approaching death. It's a vocabulary word that I'd like to keep. Getting your drink on 24/7. Yeah, it doesn't work out ever.
Oh, yes, you do, Bratushka. The only thing better than that is putting the pedal to the metal after you kiss the tie. And off we go.
So you kissed the tie and then you jumped the river. Is that it? And then you didn't die, so you crashed it into the ice flow.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard.
I'm getting to, yeah.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Not usually something you need to say, but sure. Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic.
I always do.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs. The time hath come! So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied...
He looks a little like Alex Horn. In the profile picture, anyway.
The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things.
Say nothing.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
All right. Hey, Buju. Halloween question. Are skeletons just really old zombies? Oh god, you're probably right. And that's why they're all so good at dancing, because they've been zombies for so long that the shuffling got boring. All their skin and guts and flesh fell off, and their muscles fell off, and that's why they're so good at moving now. Definitely less muscles equals better mobility. See? SCP can prove it. My real name's Harry.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
We partied for one eternity.
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
once you cross the event horizon, don't you spaghettify? You spaghetti and forgetty, and that's what happened to Harry?
Wow, that's quite a story.
It's very, less dramatic in a sort of a way. I mean, obviously the car jumping the thing was ridiculous, but the rest of it just being like, oh, I got pissed drunk and complained. Yeah, okay, that tracks.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct.
I bet.
You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge? You said something about
That's what
your
I
hope
said.
Or
Oh, I said
heart or
dignity.
something.
But
To
that's
be
close
honest,
enough.
The details are a little hazy.
Yeah, you lost your will to continue.
In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too.
Oh yeah, that
That's
one
a
too.
big one.
Okay. Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you.
Yeah, sorry cop is my classification. I am 12 points in. I also have a good cop, bad cop at 16. I'm not really sure what that's about. I still have 3 on fascist. But I am a cop, so I guess you'll have a few points there. Apocalypse cop, superstar cop. 10 points in communism. Alright.
You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
Okay. Did I tell you anything specific about the person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Oh, was the person named Cap Elysium? Oh.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Yeah, Rosemary, I bet you do.
Abigail.
Don't call Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers, whose main interest was cramping your style.
But that's before I met Kim, and now I don't feel that way
It's
anymore.
more like you were cramping theirs.
Alright.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
Wrong.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
We talk about politics.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
No, it doesn't. Not once they get big enough that they can break the people regulating. I don't need to hear anymore.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Yeah, I mean, that usually works out well. Seems like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
What do you need?
You might get scammed here.
Oh, I said, what do you need?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier.
Well, I'm not drinking.
So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A
yeah.
bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Here, have some Commodore Red.
Classy.
He snatches the bottle and pushes the cork in through the bottleneck. Ah, he's not worried about drinking the cork.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
One of the other bums interjects.
Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know.
Will it change his name to George?
I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high-concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
We were to invest in Dogecoin.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high-concept stuff.
So far, everything you're saying tracks with what I just said.
I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
When you hear people start saying, like what he just said there, use the profits from my agency to finance what I call the cultural incubator, abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. When you hear all of those sort of vague, abstract, what do you call it? They're just words essentially made to obfuscate anything. They're just like a facade. When you start to hear those, do you try to read between the lines of what they're actually saying, or you just kind of let it wash over you? Because I used to, when I'd hear that, I'd just be like, okay, yeah, I guess you're working on something. And then I heard enough people do it, and then link that they're mostly all con artists. And then I started to associate, well, why are you speaking with such obfuscation in your language? And I tried to get to the bottom of, like, so what are you trying to really do here? And I think once you start to cut through their bullshit and not even, like, let them get a foot in the door, suddenly everything makes so much more sense. You're not saying anything, you're just talking. I usually ask the person what the fuck they mean. I like your approach, actually, because then they have to try to explain it and they can't, so they're gonna spin. Yeah, they always get upset, I bet. Alright, sorry, another tangent, but I had to ask. Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world.
Well, that's cool. Apparently, exercise can help with dopamine and regulating your biochemistry, so it's probably good to get more exercise.
But now dreams are worn thin.
Oh.
Much like my tracksuit.
Oh no. The fabric on my thighs is woefully... he's got shit-stained pants. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
I guess? I don't know. I've had keys jangling before. It wasn't that bad. He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound.
His eyes are clouded. His dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
Oh no. Not what you want to see.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan.
A highly detailed bit of information to tell me. How could this possibly go wrong?
I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain.
Suzerain.
The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
Yeah, how wet are we talking then?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
I don't know why you're being obfuscatory about wetness. There's a trace of derision in his voice. Go on.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless.
Oh no, and you're all wet now.
Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. but when life knocked me down, I always got up.
I'm still a bit lost as to why this is the big downfall story, but maybe we're getting there. I mean, yeah, it sucks you fell on your ass in some mud in the rain. But also, that shouldn't be like the end of your character.
So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
Yeah, that's not great either. You got to be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
So you need less key rings is the lesson here. So what happens next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation.
Oh, is the downfall that you realized you're no longer tethered to anyone who cares about you in any meaningful way? And so you were locked out of every part of society that could be meaningful to you because of the way you've positioned yourself within it.
People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on.
All right.
I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
He pauses meaningfully.
Heavy is the head.
That wears the crown, exactly right. That wears the strap-on, he should have said.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there.
Okay.
But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in.
What is this story?
Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man.
What?
The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I do see where you're going. None of this is true. Okay, you just made this all up. You never had a company, you never had an apartment, you never had a girlfriend. Because obviously if you had an apartment, you would not abandon it because you couldn't get in.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Is it that? I feel like there are some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Oh, wow, okay. I should give you more credit, I guess.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Yeah.
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
No, but he abandoned his house because he lost the key? Look on the bright side. You've got a hell of a story.
Maybe I've exaggerated certain parts over the years. When you tell a story too often, it begins to take on a life of its own.
If you... I understand there is a spiral aspect to this, yes, and that's his name and all. If you don't have the key and you don't have an ID, you work from the lowest point up, right? So you don't have your ID, that becomes more important than the key. Or maybe he just said, fuck it. I don't care anymore. Maybe he just said, I don't want to deal with this. I'll go sleep in a pipe. I kind of get that.
But what matters is that it's true to my subjective experience. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you.
I just thought he was saying at first he's a charlatan and all of those things he said weren't real. But very different stories depending on which way you read it.
Truly, he has the soul of an artist.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me.
Why is it always a piece of ass? Is it not the entire ass? And the person attached to the ass? Why do you have to diminish it down to not even the ass, not even the person, but only a little piece of the ass? I don't understand why we do that.
Now
Very
I
strange.
can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too.
Oh, I think I might be
The only
wearing it.
things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
Oh, you don't want to get too greedy. You know the phrase half-ass, no one can handle the whole ass. The idea of a single cheek is a very strange idea. Yeah, they usually come in pairs.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable
I'd be happy to give him the jacket back if it's the one I've got.
Brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
This is gonna sound really fucked up maybe, but in this particular situation, I don't really care that he stole it. I mean, it sucks that he stole it, obviously, but in the context of he has literally nothing. He's sleeping outside in the rain. I think he needs the jacket more. Maybe that's weird to say. It's just a jacket. Where'd you lose it?
If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it?
I'm not defending people stealing
maybe I
things
was
either.
up
I'm
by
just
the
saying now that
boardwalk,
it's been
or
done.
Walking along the beach or checking out the abandoned fish market.
That's a lot of places.
Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it.
I mean, stealing from individual people. Yeah, the question about corporations kind of a bit different. Right, Regolith, that's kind of what I'm getting at, yeah. The, you should never really snitch on somebody who's stealing food question. I do kind of agree and support that you should never snitch on someone stealing food. At the end of everything is human well-being, right? That's really the thing that's actually important. There's a lot of other questions around this, of course, but that's really the main thing. Hopefully that makes sense. What was the name of your agency?
My agency. Man.
The Boom Boom
The
Room?
Boom Boom Room.
No.
Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting.
Okay, so you're like a gamer gone AWOL.
I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air.
Oh.
The artists were happy, the clients were happy.
Is that like thick water but for air? But the opposite. I said that poorly.
I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
Oh, here we go. Mixing oil painting and breasts to make ads isn't high art, it's just cynical wankery. Do I think that? Maybe, yeah. I don't think mixing oil painting and breasts is a problem at all. Turning that into ads makes me much less of a fan. Is it cynical? I don't know. That really depends on the specific story of it. Wankery? Well, wankers like breasts. I don't know if they like oil painting as much. Yeah, no, maybe I agree in some cases. I don't know. That's so high concept, I have no idea what it means. That's not true. It's not high concept almost at all. Man, mixing high and low, commodifying culture, that's extremely my shit. Ah, I see we've got a Blizzard exec replying here. Right, okay, never mind that I asked. That's... I guess I identify the closest with the top one.
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising.
Maybe, but it's still tired.
Maybe you're right. Who knows? Maybe we were behind the curve.
It's a good thing I never have a conversation
rich,
with
though, that
advertising
much I know.
executives person to person. I can imagine a scenario where we're like drinking beers together and we get onto one of these tangents about like what is high art or what is like appropriate, and then I like fight them. I really don't want that person to come out. I might snap though. I might snap. What's up with the tracksuit?
You've never seen 100% Lycra before? Go on. Feel that primo material.
The man extends his arm. Touch it!
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
Well, if you keep drinking, you'll petrify your insides and you'll be in a museum like a statue.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched.
Ugh, I don't like that plastic sound either.
Randomized trials have also found Lycra, TM, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers.
Exotic?
So you also have that to look forward to.
Never heard of exotic as a description for malignant cancers. I've had half and half experience with ad people. Half know what they're doing. Oh, half know they're doing nothing and are whatever about it. The other half think it's brilliant. What about, have you ever encountered the ones that are like sort of naive to the whole thing and think they're, I don't know what the right word is. They're like reaching people in a meaningful way, like educating them on processes and things that they wouldn't have normally been exposed to, that there's some sort of like validation to doing this job, that it is somehow meaningful. Think they're like actually having an impact, not once ever. Okay. I think it was only because the time I was speaking to these people most was when I was around college and leaving college. So it was people that were like still telling themselves a story and weaving a narrative to justify where they were headed.
And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Yeah. Collegiate idealism, yeah.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
You want to feel it, Rosemary?
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
Yeah, we wouldn't want your Lycra to become filthy. Hey, can I give myself a point in something that will give me HP? Do you know what would give me an additional point of HP if I buy one? Endurance does that? I think I'd like to do that. I don't like knowing that I could just not press the button fast enough and die. Yeah. I don't know if that was smart or what, but let's see. Find Idiot Doom Spiral's jacket. Idiot Doom Spiral stole a cool jacket at one point and lost it again. The story of his life. According to the man, the jacket was last seen somewhere around the boardwalk, maybe at the abandoned fish market. Okay. I think I feel happier knowing there's at least a second point now. Maybe I'll even get a third at some point. What's up with the other drunks?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey,
I don't regret having had 1 HP, but I think it's time to move on past that point.
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
What a rowdy bunch. Hey, Tequila, you want to buy some speed?
I thought he was a cool cop.
I don't know, am I a cool cop? No, I'm a sorry cop, as far as my stat attribution goes.
Don't call up a guy.
I've heard, yeah. Oh, you know who he looks like? The old guy from Walking Dead, Season 2.
And this is Abs. So yeah.
Not the farmhouse guy, the guy with the original crew.
Together.
I've already forgotten
all
his name.
ears, Tequila.
I think I'm done listening to you for now. Thank you, though.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
I keep wanting to say Douglas. I wonder what a Max Fizz build would be like. I see an interesting symbolism in someone being stupid and clumsy, but having a lot of willpower and being tough. Right, the Measurehead playthrough. Alright, I think it's time to save. We had a lot of conversation there. It's also 18 o'clock, which... we need to get to 21 o'clock to do the smoker story. I think we had a nice long chat, though, there, and that was elucidating to some degree. Oh, what do you know? A bottle. Never thought I'd see one of those around here. The kids have not gone inside. I don't know that I've walked this way yet. Or is this how I got in? Oh yeah, we walked around this. It's weird in one breath passing a challenge empathy check, then in the next breath having the option to crush puny target. I'm really glad I took the stats that I did for this playthrough, because I think I would have really gotten a different impression of this game if it didn't go in the introspective direction. I think it's inevitable it will be introspective to some degree, but I needed to see all of it. Someone had broken down the fence and the barbed wire. Uh-oh, Barbara. Barbara Wires. Oh no, the swings! They no longer swing. The swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time. Only swingers, ironically. You might want to just, like, pump your skill points in the attributes you like empathy or encyclopedia. Well, the reason I'm hanging on to some is because sometimes I need to pass a skill check, and then I can attempt it twice if I have an extra one, right? Glory, says the graffito, to the ghosts of us. Wow, that's depressing and final sounding. Final like vinyl. Once it's pressed, you can only wax poetic. Smallest church in St. Sains. Use the interact button to inspect the item. How small can a church be? I've actually seen a very small church before. The tape you found from a shack on the coast, the A side has smallest church in St. Sains written on it, while the B side is supposed to contain the instrumental version. Requires a boombox. Oh, well, there's a boombox for sale at the thrift shop, I think, so I'm assuming I have to get that to interact. They should let our character play Boom Blocks on a Nintendo Wii. The first and only Nintendo Wii game directed by Steven Spielberg, about stacks of monkey blocks getting balls thrown at them. It's a fantastic time. I would recommend it to anyone. Unlike apparently that movie Megalopolis, which I've heard is like Francis Ford Coppola's worst movie ever. I was watching the YMS video on that last night, and I think he gave it a 1.
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Sure does look like a lot of folks partied here.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture.
Exactly, yeah, I was just going to say that. You really need a focal point for a party to kick off. Because you have to be arranged around something, not be the focal point yourselves largely, unless it's like a celebrity. Like, oh my god, Kim Kardashian, we're allowed to party now. Not you, Kim. The other Kim. It looks like we had a couple of party goers here.
Looks like it.
This was some kind of theater to them. A circus production by a great clown. Oh, I'm a great clown. At least I'm great.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Oh, he knows where this goes. Become an idiot doom spiral.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, was that the blue dot? Okay. I thought I was still meaning to click on that. Epic rap battles of history. Epic bap battles. Where you have a cat punch a piece of bread. Kim Kitsuragi versus Kim Kardashian. I think Kim Kitsuragi could absolutely burn the place down with the fire he spits. Because he's humble, and when it counts and the pressure's on, he comes through. Which is exactly what you need. That's how Eminem won. Wait, was he humble then? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. I think he's not humble anymore, but he might have been then. Epic brap battles. That's when you have a fart fight. Fart fight. I also feel like a single truly disapproving comment from Kim would be disintegratingly harsh. Yeah. Oh, man. I want to hear it. It would be so good. Okay, we've already checked all this stuff, so I think we're done in this general vicinity. Vicinity of obscenity. There are minty etudes. I've actually seen them. I've seen them in person. It's very odd. Yeah, but that was a thing. Shave. Oh, no. What's worse is I don't know if you mean me or if you mean Harry, but you probably mean Harry. If you meant me, I wouldn't be upset, though, because I've been thinking about it, too. I didn't know we could go all this way out. We're gonna end up finding the cryptozoologist out here. Harry, but if you want to shave too, that's cool. Okay. I nearly did last night. And then I remember someone in chat said maybe you should not shave for a while. I was like, I don't know, maybe that's true. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm very not that attached to facial hair. I really don't mind one way or the other. Hey, King of PMP. No, I tried to put the first one up and I got attacked by BGM, or BMG rather. A kick drum pulse. The music is coming from somewhere on the ice. As another reminder, though, I am slicing all of these or cutting them into highlights and putting them into a collection here on Twitch. So you'll still be able to watch them in sequence in a playlist with chat as a VOD. Big old 3-4 hour chunks. St. Brune 1147. Looks like a lot going on in here. Dusty pews in the shadows. Many seem to be missing. They're having like tiny sci-fi battles in the dust. Shooting laser guns at each other. An altar shrouded in dark or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Yeah, who knows? What is going on here? They've got like some sort of Tron pattern happening. It's like a circuit board taking over the wood. I guess I should go in. I feel like I'm about to walk into a horror game.
Yes?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to click on you. Get your shoddy out. All I have is a thing of cans.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular
Kratos could get in.
ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
If I had put more points into body, I would just freaking enable Spartan Rage. Just crush the door with my massive arms. Rattle the doors.
Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling.
You do know I have a
door.
cutter, right? I don't know if that would break through the lock, though.
I don't think that's going to work.
Take a closer look at the padlock.
This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built.
Cheap and sturdy,
it shackles
huh?
together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker.
Look at the sticker.
You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth.
All my exes live in Texas.
Pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy.
Oh.
The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead.
What about that EDM Mallow guy? Maybe it's to do with him?
There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
Isn't the word modernity? Is modernness a word? I'm not sure if I've ever written that before. What makes it so modern? It doesn't look that modern to me. It's got the, like, log cabin interlocked wood timber slats. The roof looks a bit more modern. It looks like it's a metal roof. I don't know what that symbol is. It kind of looks like the caduceus symbol, but without the snake and all. What makes it so modern?
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here.
Forces of future, that's cool. It's like the Jetsons. Something blindingly modern about this symbol. Oh, you know what I did? I read over it slightly too fast, and I, what's the word? I obfuscated for myself what the reference to a thing was. Disambiguated, is that the word? Where I disconnected that there is something blindingly modern about this symbol, and then this is the emphasis word, and then I connected it to the church. Okay. Have you seen the symbol before? Point to it.
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
Huh. Well, thank you for your insight. What does it look like to you?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
Okay. What is suggestive of junior delinquency here?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
Right. I agree, it's very modern, but does the cheery guy not know he's dead, or does the dead guy not care that he is? What is the source of the irony here?
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Okay. Try to peel off the sticker without ripping it. 72%. I thought it was going to fail that. Yeah, I did.
The piece of sticker keeps slipping away.
Kim, could I have that handkerchief? My hands are wet.
The lieutenant hands you a blue handkerchief. He looks a little dismayed when he gets it back crumpled. However, it should be easier to peel the sticker off now.
92%, we're getting that thing.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
I don't really like it anymore. Like, I used to enjoy peeling stuff off, and now there's always residue, and it's like, now it's all curled. You know, if it rips, of course, that's terrible. Little bits of it come off. You know, that's never pleasant at all. Put the sticker in your ledger after the last entry where it belongs.
Looks like today was a gold star day.
Yeah. Inspect the carpentry.
The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
I think in life you don't really anticipate how often you will have to slowly and carefully peel something off of something else. It comes up more than, well, I expected anyway. Run your hand over a beam or back up and look at the door. What are we going to learn by running our hand over a beam?
The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch.
Like Harry. Okay, inspect the staple.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all.
Oh, shit.
But a nail. The work has been done recently.
Only a detective could have known that.
Unprofessional, to say the least.
Yeah, there's some Tupperware containers that we've got, and they all have massive stickers on them that I know for a fact will rip into 1,000 pieces if I try to remove them. So they've just stayed on there and been washed over and over again. Because I know there's no better way to deal with this, unless I try to scrape it, which it's plastic. So if I try to scrape it, I'm going to get shavings and scuff the plastic. There's no winning in that scenario. Maybe if you could dissolve it off, but then there's probably, it's going to eat into the surface too, and that's going to leave little pitted marks. So you just leave the sticker and you go, I guess this is our life now.
Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Turn to the lieutenant. This is where Mr. Prybar comes in.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another
That's
way.
a great point, Kim.
The building has seen enough mistreatment.
Thank you, Kim.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
What, because he didn't want me to feel that I shouldn't do that? Should we start with that kick drum coming from the ice? I heard a sound before.
Yes, the pulsing bass. A sure sign of junior delinquency. Somewhere east of here.
Alright, let's take a look around first. I was getting a little over-eager. Kim's keeping me in check again. Doing the right thing. Why apply force when you can just allow the force to have already been applied in the past? Well, the worst thing about the mug scenario, or any situation where you've got a sticker being washed over and over, is it will probably eventually start to leave little bits that'll come off on their own time. And I do not abide little bits in my life. I don't enjoy having that. Oh, I can't really walk around this at all. There's reeds here. Okay, I'm not loving this camera angle. Can we, yeah, back up a lot. We've got like fog of war going on now. I might be able to get to the ice on the other side, actually. And there's a ladder on the roof? You're not going to make me hop across icebergs, are you? A different game might have employed something like that. Oh, what's over here? Jetty and forgetty? Full of holes. Could the post hide treasure? Look inside. Wait, I want treasure. Before you, a drawbridge. It can only be lowered. Oh my god, it's a Dark Souls. It's a kickable ladder. Surely I can knock that over. A school of fish huddle around the fence post, then scatter into the dark. Turn on the darkness. That's an oddly strong stance about one of the most innocuous parts of interdimensional cable. And yet, here we are. Have you ever heard,
Yes?
Pickle Rick in Russian? It's very strange. Like a full voiceover Russian episode of Rick and Morty. I guess I recommend it. Must have taken a lot of patience to do this. I disagree. Are you the type of person that thinks that takes a lot of patience? Because I could do that in a couple minutes, I think. Painted with pastels, someone's trying to bring cheer into the world. Oh, we can't have that. First, we have to knock this bridge over. More tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoids. Like the guy that mows the other guy's beard. A pole screwed into the ice to keep the tent erect. Trash from some unending party. This is someone's home away from home, just like yours. Not much of a Dark Souls.
Tonight has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Push it over
The
them.
pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We did it.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
The lieutenant gestures towards the young woman next to the tent. Wait, why is this post touchable? Treasure? Oh, treasure! I thought you were joking. They all have money in them. Why do they all have money in them? And magnesium. Well, that was exciting. Wannabe parking meters. Yeah, they're parking meter mimics. The soul has eroded, and now all that's left of them is just a plank. But the will to eat money continues. Teeth clattering.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
There's a kanji for a term that I'm not going to get all of the words in it, but it essentially paraphrases something like music so abhorrent and horrendous that it will bring societal collapse. So there's like people in old-timey Japan writing about some horrific new type of music that they're super mad about, and old man yells at cloud in kanji form. I just thought that was incredible.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
The warm stuff. The fart cloud.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is.
Yeah, it's Rick. Squeeze in.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
Harry, get in the tent, Harry. Harry, I'm a pickle.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm too old for this. Not like me. Young Harry.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
Ah, okay.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
He gestures for you to squeeze in. Right. Well, it might be useful information. Here's the thing. Delinquents aren't always delinquent for obtuse reasons or reasons that don't make sense to anyone else. If you hear them out, they may actually have a justification for what they're doing. Sometimes kids are just like, you know, I just wanted to do that. Which, fair enough. We're testing the limits of our own reality. But sometimes kids actually have a good reason, or what they think is a good reason. Also, is it really that bad to listen to some music in a tent? Is that one wearing a face hugger? He looks like the leader of the group that they had in Hunter x Hunter that all the bad boys belong to. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent, plus a trace of ether. I guess there are worse smells? Canisters filled with what appears to be water. Label says distilled. Well, I appreciate their taste in water. Speaker, the big kind they use for live music. Pile of nasal sprays. Brand name Nosafed Ultra. Oh, maximum strength. OTC.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds
Egghead.
up a Harman Walshy tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says,
Do we know each other?
as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets.
Hardcore!
Hardcore! Is it?
It's hardcore!
Oh, we're gonna be good friends. I don't know what to say to that.
Skibadee, skibadanger. I am the rearranger.
You didn't just say Skibadee. Tell me you didn't just say that. This came out before that.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do?
Egghead is a visionary. He predicted Skibadee toilet. He might be sitting on the Skibadee toilet right now. What to do?
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Forking paths. Skibadee!
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
Ah, it's a tequila sunset, yes.
This is hardcore.
Hardcore! Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Hardcore! Still say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega.
Mega to the hardcore! All right.
Here comes the night.
Here comes the night. Hardcore! All right, new favorite character right there. Hardcore Billy.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
What a nice guy. Shake his hand.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
That guy in the back is clearly like a Guilty Gear character, right? He looks like he can do magical stuff with his head, like with his mind.
This is my posse. Noid.
Noid.
The young man with earrings
Noid.
looks at you suspiciously.
And he's got a face hugger wrapped around him. He's got Akuma beads. Incredible earrings. Got a little David Bowie hair thing going on, at least in the profile picture, not as much there. He ruins pizzas? Oh no. Avoid him. Also, is the other guy, the hardcore guy, does he have a pierogi as a belt buckle? Because if so, that's also incredible. Or it could just be a clam.
An egghead. Egg!
Yeah! Oh, I love this guy. He's so good.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
So far, I see nothing unsavory about them. Other than I guess, the Nosafed. Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Okay, you're entrepreneurs.
Also for talent.
I thought he said also for toilet.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need. The place is pretty bad.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face.
There is a skeleton Street Fighter
Don't
character
fall
named
for
that. Skullomania. Enough histrionics. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church.
I know.
And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts
No way.
if left unattended. Dopeheads!
Egg! Hardcore!
Burnouts!
He angrily spits on a screw. Never spit on a screw in my life. And starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revachol.
That would be incredible.
Strike that, the word!
Egghead!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
I need an Egghead avatar, like, in the corner of my stream at all times who just speaks up and says things like that. Hardcore!
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Oh, excuse me. I won't stand for narcomaniacs of any kind. No narcomaniacs on my watch. Shake your head gravely. I feel like you may be laying this on a bit thick. What's really so bad about these dope heads and burnouts? The thing I think they're getting wrong with option 2 is if you were of the opinion that he's laying it on a bit thick, you probably, well, I guess it says in quotes, what's so bad about these dope heads and burnouts? Yeah, I guess let's hear him say what he thinks is so bad about them.
They're spooky.
And what do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
I thought you want to turn it into a concert venue.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
Oh, that's not great. Seems like a nice place. You wouldn't want it to collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
I love Egghead. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into it. I mean, I was going to be looking into it before we even came in here.
All right, man.
All I know is I want Egghead on my team. Somehow.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Did you put the padlock on the door?
Yes. I asked Noy to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
May I have the key then?
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. How long does it take to put a padlock on a door? And why did you have to do it in a hurry? Oh, they're locked in. All right. How long have those people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
This is not how we deal with this.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
85% is good enough. No one lives forever, baby. Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive.
Oh no, the percent.
I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Always a great point in argumentation when you have to appeal to the idea that all language is arbitrary.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Egghead seems to be resonating with it. He looks at his friend with an expression of profound understanding. Nah.
You're right.
It's
It is
nonsense.
Total garbage. I knew you'd see through it. You're one smart cop.
I do want the key, and probably we need to let those people out.
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it?
No.
That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop.
Oh, I hear what you're saying
wouldn't
about
want to
Russell
be
Brand. Yeah, it sounds a little like.
Now, would you? But still, maybe he's just sucking up to you.
I get by. Now, where was I with the padlocks?
Attentively, ready to answer the questions of one smart cop.
I need the key.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
The speed freak dips into his belt pack and produces a yellow key. He then makes a sudden cool infused move, tossing it in your general direction. You think he did the thing where he smacks it out of his own hand? Like, I don't know how to describe. There's a move people do when they throw something where they'll like punch something out of their own hand. That's probably what he did, because he's pretty cool, Noid. You could see him standing there being cool. Let it fall to the ground, then pick it up like a normal adult. I'll give it a try. At 30% almost is, about a third.
You sense the
yeah, I'm the cool cop
a
now.
Piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches.
I impress some
Just
teenagers.
The tiniest chime to your left. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Thanks, man. Play it cool.
The speed freak nods to you.
It's all an act, really. You gotta pretend.
A respectful nod. You proved something here.
We're friends for life now. Right, other questions.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Who exactly are these people inside the church?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
Also, to the voice actor, I'm so sorry I associated you with Russell Brand. I didn't mean it personally. Your voice is cool, and I like you. It's just a little similar. Not that you'll ever see this. You haven't ever even seen them, and you want the police involved. Better safe than sorry. Anything more you can tell me?
Yes. There's also the machinery.
What's that?
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
The machinery. Skin graft machinery?
When I first scouted the place, back in February...
Are there
it was
Sputnik sickles found in the
empty.
seats?
Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
This station is
One of them, there's
non-operational.
wires running into bowls of water. Wires.
What?
Into water. Never seen anything
What
like
the
it.
hell are you talking about?
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
Hardcore.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
For this man, even regular silence is awful enough. But that was something greater.
Is it like you don't want to be trapped with your own thoughts, Egghead? Because I can relate. But you haven't physically seen anyone.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
Tell me about the machinery.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
Okay, I'm hearing a lot of emotive language and not a lot of descriptive language. What was that about something watching you?
You aren't alone, you know?
Yeah, that's like a brain activation state, though, that's not necessarily based in anything real.
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean, no.
Not human, as in a ghost. Do you know what he means?
I turn myself into Slim. Turn myself into Slim Shady, Morty. I'm Slim Rick. I feel the need to rap.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling.
Oh, no.
Like some kind of crab man.
They reinvented Until Dawn again. They got a crab man now. They got a crab man, Morty.
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling. Like a crab.
I just realized, is Rick a gruffer, more blunt and vulgar version of Kramer from Seinfeld? Is that character like a... Is it Kramer squared? Huh.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Ambush behavior.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing walls.
Have you ever seen a coconut crab? They climb stuff, actually, and they're enormous. Maybe there's a coconut crab in there. Ambush behavior, nod, crab man.
Crab man!
I'm glad you said that. Thank you, Egghead. Almost everything you say is gold. Please continue.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
How funny would it be if out of nowhere I just messaged Ryan and was like, hey, do you think that Rick is just Kramer squared? that was the whole conversation.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
The implications of this are too numerous to
Don't tell her you don't believe in the
Proceed with
crab.
Caution. Learn all you can before entering that dark building.
This whole crab story is like a little past my ability to follow. It's... sure, we'll figure it out.
There probably is no crab man.
Yeah.
Don't let them draw you in with this.
And if there is, I'd love to get the cryptozoologist involved, because I'm sure he'll be very thankful. How can you be sure they're burnouts and dope heads if you haven't even seen them?
Well, honestly, I can't, but I am.
Ah, so you're confident about a thing you have no proof in. Or even evidence of.
This is a below feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Wow, you can't, but you do. I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire. I don't really want to be a dick to him because I obviously don't agree with him, but I don't think we need to just be rude either, but I don't really want to say I don't see anything wrong either, so.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers.
Yeah, you're a very particular type of person, aren't you, that has statistics for things with no evidence.
Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
This guy talks like Everett. He does. Yeah, I guess so. A little bit less manipulative, though. He's just very convinced of things and doesn't really have a lot of care about whether they're true. And Everett wanted everything to be transactional and was all about, like, mutual respect, even though it was really it was like a mechanism he used to try to convert people to doing what he wanted. All right, let's talk about something else.
Sure. What?
Tell me about Egghead.
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies.
Oh, he's a master of everything. Tell me about that, master of ceremonies.
You know, a host, a declaimer of slogans.
Declaimer?
He's a performer, gets the people going.
I've never really known an MC before, other than Hammer.
Interesting, sire. A bit like you.
And McScat Cat.
MC for short.
But how do you communicate with him?
Well, he's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate.
He's just kind of here. That was such a perfect delivery. I really thought for a moment he was like, you know, I never thought about it. Oh yeah, and Escher, yeah, Master of Ceremonies Escher. Have you ever really talked to him?
Yeah, sometimes. When I, like, stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first, though.
I'm sure it's worth it. to get to that ooey gooey yoki center.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself.
The beat is on. You mentioned some kind of ecclesiastes own the church. Who are these ecclesiastes?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
The founding party.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Rhetoric, you always have my back, friend. Why do we have to mask it? They don't seem very pretentious. I'm sure they would be happy to explain. I don't even know what the founding party is.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
Okay. And
they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
They anoint the innocents. They made the innocentic system. I don't really know what that means. It doesn't sound like they would appreciate a dance club in their church. They sound exactly like the kind of people who would want loud dance music in their church. No, I don't think most churches mostly don't prefer loud music unless it's like, we will praise him, hands up, hands up, hands up.
You're totally wrong about that.
Okay, he shakes his head.
The Pericarnassian church is about love, and Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance!
He violently shakes the tape player as if to see if he can break it.
Love is hardcore!
Yeah, it is actually.
Unity.
Unreal Engine.
Unity.
Godot. Skibadee.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
He turns the volume up, then looks at you with a knowing nod, as if it's obvious you will now break into dance.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the bass.
No, because they said Skibadee before. And it sounded Unity, Skibadee, it just kind of works. No words, enjoy the beat, nod your head. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. What's a posse? I guess love can be pretty hardcore. I agree with that, actually, Ken.
Oh yeah, it can!
Egghead knows about love. He's been through it all.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
Obviously. I now understand it was lame of me to suggest otherwise. Anodic music is about love, and so is the Pericarnassian church. I don't know what to say to this. Nod my head.
Feels good.
Sure, it's about music, I guess.
Yeah! Yeko Kata, the place to be!
Yeko Kata, a place to be.
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
What am I doing again? Removing the crab person and the pots of water with wires in them from the church so you can play music in there? What does Noid have to say other than that?
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
I look at cats with large heads regularly on the internet. If you ever want to be cheered up, just search for cats with big heads. You'll feel better in 10 minutes tops.
Yeah! Let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world! Get this church shit on, and then dance there, motherfucker!
I thought he was gonna say then die. Get this church shit on, then die, motherfucker.
You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if, they get this club going. You've got it in you.
I wanted to ask you about this tent full of equipment.
Yes. What?
I see you brought your own water. Hate to tell you this, it reeks of sweat in here. What's with all the Nosafed?
The what now?
Points at the bottle of the nasal spray in the corner. The Nosafez Ultra, you have a lot of it lying around.
Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
Souffleur? All I could think about a souffleur would be that they're the person who maintains the integrity of the souffle. Not someone who handles lines.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all
poor
do.
guy.
Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
You sound fine. Yeah,
Yes.
whatever.
What?
You brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
And it's distilled.
Oh.
He doesn't know what to say.
It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
Why do we need to say it smells like sweat in here? Who cares?
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Maybe everything isn't quite as you've been told. Take a moment to analyze. Oh, -2, convinced you're a smart comp.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
Oh yeah, I figured it out by the context and all, because they literally said it, but I just didn't know that word. I've learned so many words from playing this game. Oh, potent Pilsner. I guess I could have given that to the guy I gave the bottle of wine to before. Solve the egghead puzzle. There has to be some way to talk to this person, you just haven't found it yet. Probably through dance. What if you just try again, find your way out of this maze of things to say? Gravers ask you to help turn the church into a dance club, but there are already some people inside. Find out who those people are and what they want. Look into the spookers in the church. Or the crab, maybe. Find the crab. Appease the crab. Oh, I got the Pilsner from him. Okay, so that's weird. He was asking me for alcohol, but he had alcohol.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, it was in a wooden post.
Oh. Hello there.
She must be Estelle, the last of the speed freaks, Posse.
Of Lemon Hunter fame?
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing
Does she know
a hat.
ICP?
She must be freezing.
Where's your hat?
Huh?
Dear child, it's freezing, dear child.
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
Force the hat upon her head.
So should you.
Come to think of it, I should.
I don't know, some kind of a store?
Stores have hats?
Maybe a general store? Look, man, fuck the hat.
Oh no, she hates hats.
What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
I'm not gonna pass that check. It's a red check, too. Is that kind of language really necessary?
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
Or, words can't really hurt you, and it's okay. It's really not a big deal. It's just an utterance. A phrasing of air passing through your mouth and throat. It's okay. The others told me you went inside the church. What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
Were they having a crab rave inside?
She's less prone to blurting out crab man than the others.
Alright, well, go ahead.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there.
Oh, is she the one
with mainframe
that I'm calling into from the other building?
She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother. You know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on.
And then, you know, Right behind her, a man crawled down the wall.
What?
Upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent.
The clarity that you're describing that with is making it much more scary, actually.
He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
See, unlike your friends, you didn't dress that up with all sorts of weird, flourishy, poetic language. You just kind of described a bizarre thing. But there's probably an explanation for it, right?
Like a crab, you say?
Did not expect this twist for this game. What did the crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
I do believe you.
Why?
Why? What would you stand to gain?
Nothing. Anyway, what else?
I only believe her insofar as I think she thought she saw that, not that I think that's what happened. I want to know about your associates.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
You must know something about them.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
I guess that's fair.
To the cops.
What about yourself?
Me? I'm a silver bird.
That's a cool kind of bird to be. Birds are pretty cool in general. Okay.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Well, maybe it'll be a gold bird later. Cheers. Silver evolves into gold most of the time. It's called alchemy. You wouldn't understand. What's that device all about you've got there?
This? It's a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
Are you a Foley artist working on God of War Ragnarok? Recording the sounds of ice?
Actually,
and the wires?
just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
I'm assuming a contact microphone is for placing against an object.
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
That's cool. Well, you seem like you got way more going on already. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I clicked twice by accident. Your mangled brain would like you to know there's a boxer called Contact Mike. Any news on my wife's name? How about my mother? Encyclopedia, nope.
You're welcome.
What does this have? Does this have anything to do with Contact Mike?
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
No, I mean, forget it.
Sure.
How does this thing work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-born sound, if you like technobabble.
I appreciate your refreshing honesty. Where'd you get it from?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Elysium.
Where's that?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Elysium? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled
I'd like to visit
shithole.
the Elysium. Where is it?
It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Arno van Eyck? He's huge.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Hopefully I can get over there later. I'd love to see the Elysium. What? Number 2. I don't like that very much. Sounds interesting. Who is this Arno guy?
Oh yeah. Guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Elysium going kind of person.
I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
I twerk. I twerk it out. It means I'm hip beyond my years. Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I rock, in the form of a wrecked tape player and a completely trashed hostel room.
That's cool.
Yeah, chaos! Looks like she doesn't know what to say. You're right, time has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else?
She
About the
squints her
contact
eyes
mic,
for a second, trying to
perhaps?
remember something, then lets go of it. I had some non-mic questions.
Okay.
What are you doing out here in the cold?
Recording, I guess.
And what is it you're recording exactly?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
So she's just doing it for the love of the game. That's kind of beautiful. Just like, I just want to record things just to do it. We should do more things like that, really. Don't really have a long-term plan in mind, just like to document some sounds. Presumably sampling for their music. Do you think the footsteps and the ice cracks will really work? Maybe that's to figure out after you've heard it. What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
Aw, shit. What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Oh, man. I gotta get your headphones back so you can hear your ice crack sounds.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
Drama, can you ever stop? And what are these recordings for? The cracks, the footsteps?
The musicians in the Elysium used them for making music.
Alright, you're right.
They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling.
Oh.
Crazy sounds like that.
I know a
It's
guy
hard
who
to
had
explain.
keys jangling tormented him. He lost his office keys, or he lost his apartment keys and his gate keys, and then he lost his whole world. Just nod.
Anyway, I thought
Wait,
I'd make
don't
some
nod.
too. It's supposed to be like a music place anyway.
She rubs her shoulders and looks around.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
I want to help Estelle.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape.
Oh.
It's turning out to be an empty fantasy.
No, this is sad.
She feels childish. Very useless all of a sudden.
I want your ice crack sounds to be fulfilling and bring you joy.
Take this, your coat.
Lieutenant begins to take off his jacket. Kim knocking it out of the park again.
No, man, fuck that. I'm cool.
You
I'm
are
sorry I
cool.
said
You're
that.
too cool.
I'm sorry about the fuck.
Be warm again.
It's okay.
The lieutenant backs up. He throws you a glance. Now this is where a hat would come in handy. You said it's supposed to be music place. Did you mean the one Andre's got planned, the church? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat.
We gotta get you a hat. You said it's supposed to be a music place?
Yeah, the boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The boys.
Yeah, Andre and the guys.
I know, of
inside
course
the
we know
tent.
who you mean.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are
They
inside?
got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
There's room. I was just in there. Stuff like what?
Didn't you see it yourself? It's mostly music stuff, like this tape recorder, but bigger.
Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze? Well, the water in the Nosafed would probably not go over well.
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
I had some other questions.
Go ahead.
The tape recorder lies on the ice like a discarded toy. Pick it up. I don't think I'm gonna pass that.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Oh. It sounds like I succeeded in picking up, but I didn't pick it up to any effect. Tell me more about this music place you've been planning in the church.
It's supposed to become, like, a club for Nordic dance music. Like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
She looks at the old wooden church up on the poles as a mean wind comes bellowing in. The 6-story structure lets out a doleful shriek. Okay, it sounds like, honestly, you need to be in the church so you don't freeze to death, and also it would be nice if you could live your music dream. Again, focusing on human flourishing, that's a good thing. It's an abandoned building that probably has a crab in it or something. Would be better served if you were in there instead of out here, right? What is anodic dance music?
You know, anodic,
Yeah.
cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too.
Like a mellotron.
Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars.
Oh.
Also found sounds, stuff like that.
What if you took an acoustic guitar and digitized it? Would it be an electric guitar? Oh.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes.
Enough about the church, then. I had another question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't actually, though.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Bye.
Oh, I feel bad for Estelle. They at least could take turns outside for the moment. Estelle refused to talk about her friends. Maybe she'll open up later after you've helped them set up the nightclub. Maybe. Can we at least get her a hat? Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot of stuff to learn just there. I'm really conflicted about this what's in the church question. I don't think there's gonna be, like, a demon person. But I don't know. This world could do whatever it wants. A dead phone. A smashed receiver like someone hung up too hard. Oh, don't call, whatever the drunk guy says. Sophie or something. Don't call. Someone must have worked hard to smash the plastic dome. Plastic can get very brittle when it's out in the cold and hot.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
Oh, no, I got plenty. I did see the fast travel thing, yeah, I just haven't done it. Who will I call? Ghostbusters.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Dial a random number.
Calling. Still calling.
This is gonna be good.
This feels wrong. Should you be doing this?
No, Kim's in the snow right now.
End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
This is not Pierre.
Do you have any news about Pierre?
Who is Pierre?
He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. Fine young man.
Well, he sounds unexceptional if he's just fine.
But who are you, then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country.
The woman moans and the phone line howl in unison with her. No, I'm a police officer.
To hell with the police. To hell with you.
Fair enough.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach.
Why do all the phone
Growing
calls
in
sound like we're
until
calling another
the call
dimension?
suddenly disconnects.
There's a really ethereal, dreamy quality about all the phone calls where it's like we're reaching into another timeline or something.
You get a sinking
Very interesting.
feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
Thanks very much, Zeno, for the follow. I'm gonna go broke calling random people.
Still calling. Again? Seriously? Someone with a masculine voice picks up.
This is what we're doing in a snowstorm.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Gerard Butler.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking.
Imagine if it
you're
was Pierre.
electricity.
Technically speaking, your electricity. Wow. Is electricity there? I need to speak with electricity. Gerard, what a douche name. Change it. Change your name. I need to speak with Alec.
No, but I got a feeling Al Kick Your Ass is gonna make an appearance if you ever call this number again. Have a good one.
I couldn't if I tried. I don't remember what I dialed.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone.
Alright, that's pretty good. We could just stop and make prank phone calls now. Oh, bottle? No, untouchable bottle. Why are there so many bottles that are just part of the environment, but I can't pick them up? Oh, purple thought. Buzz, hum, the electricity flows through the wires with audible power.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Take a closer look.
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
Oh, is this the jacket that Doom Spiral wanted me to find?
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
Will he be thrilled? I guess we'll find out. I didn't realize this went so far up. There's still more to see here. I'd like to go give him his jacket and see what he says, so I don't forget. Wait, what's that? Looking back at you from the rust-colored water, you... Oh. And after everything, it's still you. Rust-eaten letters read Mazut. Does the jacket have any stats? Fair question. Nope, it's not that kind of jacket. Not wearable anyway. This filthy rag has been at the mercy of the elements for quite some time. It's streaked with seagull shit and abnormally stiff from God knows what natural processes. You can't even tell what brand it is.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
How did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously.
Think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
Oh, glad we thought about that.
It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
You still want to wear it? What's the crust made of?
Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If not by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night.
Alright, that's pretty disgusting. I've had enough.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
Flick your hands.
Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Alright. Glad we did that. Well, there is a wash lady. Yeah, well, you think she'll wash it? Oh, she's gone in. Oh, no, she's there. I just didn't notice it was dark.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Absolutely. Thanks very much.
Hell yeah.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
The lieutenant says, rubbing his thigh. Yeah, we just run up and down the island all day.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I
Yeah,
can
you're
do.
very kind. She gives me a place to live and washes my filthy seagull shit jacket.
Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Alright, I'll try. I'm gonna give it back to him, though, I think. Now it's clothes I can look at. Oh, higher pain threshold, half light, and -1 to drama. This windbreaker is like a protective cocoon, placing the wearer's torso into a pocket universe where wind, water, dirt, and fire cannot harm them. Huge writing, 100% synthetic, is proudly displayed on the chest. It lets absolutely no air through. Warning, item not actually fireproof. Hi, 9 Hertz. Where was he? I think I just ran past him. Oh, here. Can you not walk through that? Oh, they gotta go that way. The pathing can be very confusing sometimes. I thought there was a clear path through there, but I guess not. Yep, you.
Tequila Sunset.
Okay, here's your jacket.
My jacket?
Yeah, it was pretty filthy though, so I got it clean for you.
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
I feel like this guy could use a little bit of good luck, really. And Kim's been doing that for me all day and night, so I could really just pass on a little bit of that goodwill, and hopefully it'll help him. And also, he's fucking freezing, so he could really use a jacket like that.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
She's saying this isn't your jacket.
Falm? That's medium concept stuff, not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze. It's fucking with your head.
I can't remember what Fallon is. I know I read it before. I said Jimmy Fallon to make a poor joke.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend.
Oh, it's sportswear.
I'm calling it. It's neurological.
Yeah, give him the jacket.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Don't pawn it, just wear it.
Aye, good thinking.
Alright, well, you can only try, right? You can't really force him to enjoy the jacket. Oh, the trucks were found as well. I see. There's a house in the village you can go into. That I haven't already? The one near the kids. Oh, I already live there now. I got the keys and moved in. If that's what you're talking about. Oh, not that one. Bars cover these long, thirsty windows. Hang on, what's this beautiful ad here?
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Oh, somebody's got to R&D it.
A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Tomorrow never dies, but shadows die twice. Turn away. Another power box. It charges nothing now. The fence blocks the path. No way on from there. Well, that's not true. There's definitely a way on. Just not that way. Oh, idea?
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try.
Oh.
You know...
He shakes his head. The windows rattle in their frames. He takes his glasses off.
I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
I didn't realize it was that bad, actually.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Just nod. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to Kim's potentially troubled past. Oh, hey, Lynn. Can't sleep. Sorry to hear that. I hope you're alright. I'm collecting bottles in Revachol. Coin-operated weighing machine. Hasn't been used for a decade. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. Oh, why did that trigger an autosave? A makeshift roof. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. I see some fuel up ahead. 7-1 real. What's this? Oh. Is it a device? Can't really tell what I'm looking at there. It's too dark. I guess I could point my flashlight at it, but then I'd have to equip my flashlight. A big wine canister. It's open and empty. Oh, more people?
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Hold on. That is awful. What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. It is death. It must be.
Something's not right here, Lieutenant.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Oh, is that a dead person right up there? I just thought it was someone laying there, but, like, that's a real weird way to lay. Frito-lay. Alright, let's look at the garbage can instead.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Examine the kebab wrapper.
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads, Shish Kebab Revachol. It's hard to concentrate in the smell.
A tomato
the sea
wedge?
air brings some relief. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra.
You don't think it's, the kid's parents or dad, do you? The drug dealer guy.
Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
You think that could be Kuno's dad?
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
Yeah, I don't understand putting ketchup on a kebab either, but I don't know, maybe this is a different kind.
A tragedy.
The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes water from the smell.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness.
Are you not
a
dead?
Man lies on the boardwalk.
Yeah, you are dead.
His limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand,
how would he drink himself to
chewing
death?
gum wrapper.
It looks like his leg is through the slat in the dock. Like he's half falling down.
The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
Two bulging eyes. Oh, the lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. Two bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
He stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Just another day. Study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest.
So he just got way too into kebabs and, like, it all went wrong.
The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made.
Search his pockets, I guess.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
I'll give it to the other guy, Doom Spiral. He loves jackets. He'll give him more jackets. Be the jacket guy now.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole.
Do you think he was stumbling drunk? Put his foot through a board that either gave way or wasn't there in the first place because he was drunk and he stepped in it. And then the force of him falling, his head contacted the bench and that killed him.
A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield.
Alright, see you around, Girl Glitch. Take care. I'll see you soon. Place is a minefield in the dark. Examine his face.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well.
Right, so like he just popped the chewing gum in his mouth, took a step, went through the board. Alright, let's see.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine the man's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
So he didn't die from head trauma, he died from head wounds, from bleeding out.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
We haven't really investigated fully yet, but it's hard
Seems
to say.
like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Right. Step on the floorboards.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk.
Well, it's rotted, right? So, like...
It definitely looks fragile.
The wood doesn't have integrity to it.
You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet.
Examine the bottle.
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
The description said he seemed confused and alone. So it's possible that, yeah, nobody was missing him at home, or there is no home. I find it a bit odd that his depiction as a character in the game looks so different from his portrait, though. He's got, like, a different hair color, a different kind of facial design. It's almost like a completely different image.
tear all around us.
He looks at 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at your yellow plastic bag.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Okay.
True. It feels disrespectful.
Does it? Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
Jeez, dude loves chewing gum.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Yeah, because why else would you go nuts with chewing gum other than to cover it up like that? Makes sense. Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
We did. He looks south the way you came.
That's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
He looks like me. I could have ended up just like him, dead on some empty boardwalk with a bottle next to my corpse.
Well, at least you're not married.
The lieutenant points at the ring on the man's left hand, the flesh around it swollen and gray. Taking a lot of hits to morale lately.
Or, what if you are?
Yeah, what if you are? You don't even know.
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Right. What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Do you think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
Right. I agree. Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous. I mean, I guess.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Is this related to the lynching? I doubt it.
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
If there's any connection, it's probably highly, indirect.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not?
Yeah.
But keep it simple for now.
I agree. Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
You still have the smoker on the balcony quest open. I know. I'm gonna return to this later.
No need to rush.
There was no chance. That's like the main thing in my mind right now is the smoker case. Coin-operated viewer has been out of order for years. I feel like we should not walk on this boardwalk now. That's the main thing though is that I wanted to make it for the smoker. So Folded library card. A library card found in the pocket of Dead Man on the Martinez Boardwalk. It's still slightly damp to the touch. The cover bears the stamp of Jamrock Public Library.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned.
Every Step a Dice Roll. It's the sequel to Every Frame a Painting.
Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. If lost, please return the card to the library.
Oh, we got a phone number.
Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
We should first decide what to do with the body before taking any other actions. Let's take another look at the body and talk things through.
Okay, noted. And that is where I'm going to leave us for today's session, now that we've queued up a couple of things to push us forward for the next one. So we've got the smoker on the balcony, a body to investigate, untold other amounts of things. Tomorrow we've got to deal with the serial number on the armor. Those are the two timed things. Then we've got Kuno's dad to raid, help the Ravers start a nightclub, figure out how to talk to Egghead. It's a lot still. Many of these things I'm sure will converge at some point, but not yet. We did at least find our badge today, and that's a pretty big deal. And probably will be important in the future when people ask me for a badge and I now have one. Game gets bigger and bigger. Yeah. It's good times. Sorry to leave you off on a sort of a cliffhanger, but I am getting kind of hungry. And I've been on for 5.5 hours, so I think that's good for today. I would like to keep sessions around this time if possible, 4 to 5 hours-ish. So hopefully that's cool. I'll do another stream next Saturday, so if you want to catch the next one, come on back for that. This one will get highlighted and put into the playlist/collection here on the Twitch channel, so if you want to watch them in sequence, there is that. Thanks very much for taking part in today's adventures and help steering me in the right direction. There were still lots of fun moments here and there. A couple of dour ones and a couple of tangents as well, but yeah, hopefully it was enjoyable for you as well. Thanks for being here as always, and I'll see you tomorrow probably for some Steam demos. Streamed Steams. Alright, see you next time, folks. Have a good rest of your night and weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. Take care.